Alright, so do I need to turn my mic on? Okay. Or should we listen back and forth?
He kept saying I just had to wait till the program come on.
Okay, it's
We need to go
9 o'clock
to the office and play with it this week.
and, or 9:25. Sorry for the delay, but, pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, our first order of business is public comments. Not seeing anything on the chat screen that anybody has something to say. So I'm going to move on to administrative business.
I think that we have
Yeah,
we should have your COVID. We need to have, I think, the COVID update.
Yes, sir.
See Deidre on. Okay, I don't see Deidre on right now. Deidre, are you on? Yes,
Yeah.
hold on one second.
Okay. All right, now.
I can't figure out how to get Okay.
Something from the city.
Deidre's on.
Check the list.
Okay, go ahead, Deidre.
Good morning. As you guys know, the governor released the 2016 stay-at-home orders effective Monday, 3:30 at 12:01 a.m. until April 19. This order supersedes any local stay-at-home orders. Now, we were in the process of getting one, but didn't, since the governor released hers. But keep in mind that this order does not replace the 2014 and 2015 that talks about gatherings. So the gathering order, the governor's 2014 and Marion County's order that was put in place regarding the gatherings are still in effect. And with those, the stricter of the two trumps. So the 2016 was not designed to close businesses. What it basically was designed to do is stop people from movement, to only essential travel, which is included in there. The businesses that are included in essential businesses, if you have a question, if you're a business, there's a website that is https://appengov.essential.
Deidre?
Tina, do you have access to the website, KDHE?
Deidre, can I make a request? Deidre?
Hey, Jonas wanted to ask you a question.
Deidre, could you please get on the chat box and put that email address in there?
Okay, there is we'll put the website where people can, there's an application they fill out, and then they'll get an answer, or we'll put an email address also. But if Tina can get KDHE on the website, she can kind of show you, because if you go to KDHE, you go to the COVID page, then there is a yellow bar on there that it talks about the governor's stay-at-home order, and then it will give you those links. You can just click on one. The first one is the website where you fill out the application. The other is the email where you can just email your questions. I know that there is a little bit of backup for those questions because there are a lot of questions, so just have patience.
Randy Pike today.
Even if your business is considered to be essential, we are encouraging you to practice social distancing. I have heard some companies, when they have lunch breaks, they have the individuals go out to the car. When they have breaks, they have the individuals go out to the car so they don't congregate in, like at a break table or something of that effect. So keep in mind, you still need to keep that 6 feet distance and try to limit your contacts under 10 minutes. I do want to mention, and I think Isaac's on the line also, we have been working with the lake. There are some lakes around Kansas that have been closed, so the governor's order does not, it says that outdoor activity is okay, but we are, I think Isaac had said that we have had travelers from like Johnson County and Sedgwick County. So I'm working with Brad to close that. At this point, I'm not sure whether we're totally going to close it to out-of-county residents. And then those who have residents at the lake, like if they have a cabin or a trailer, what we'll probably do is ask them to pick a resident. If their residence is in another county, then they need to decide where they want to have residency during this executive stay-at-home order. So do you as commissioners have any comment on that? Or maybe if you, Isaac, you can put a little
I have another question.
information out on that.
Do I need to hit the mic?
Yeah. Get your.
Deidre? You were talking about
Your speaker.
out at the county lake. We also have an issue in northern Marion County. We've got a fish run going on in the Cottonwood River. And I didn't see any this morning, but on Saturday we had people in from probably 10 different counties, and I even saw one from Georgia. And they're congregating on the Cottonwood River at Durham. And so I don't know if that's a core issue or a county issue.
Hold on.
Brad on that, I do know that I'm looking through the governor's order, and technically fishing can be considered.
Gotta hit your mic.
So that I think we can put Brad on.
Commissioner, one of the other things going on with the Department of Ag, because turkey hunting is a big issue this time of year, they're sending out letters and contacting all the folks who bought licenses from out of state, asking them to consider not coming this year, and they're looking possibly refunding their costs on that too. Didn't know about the fish run. We'll try to bring that up to the Department of Ag at our 1 o'clock meeting.
Alright, so
Thank you.
Okay, I just
I
want
got-
to point out.
I got one thing, Deidre.
Okay.
The, as far as the county lake, I think that's probably the right move. That lake belongs to the residents of Marion County. And the, picking a residence to pick a place is probably the right move. trying to keep people to stay at home and not be traveling back and forth, so. Don't know if anybody else has any input on that.
The Chiefs County closed theirs.
Agree from Ken, agree from Randy, agree from Dave,
Agree.
Yeah.
agree from
Do you
Diane.
want to take some sort of an action, or is this?
Do we need an action at all to help you at all?
I do have an order written up and I sent it to Brad, so I just would like Brad to look it over before we actually make it formal.
Okay, okay, that would be great, so we'll just wait for that.
Okay. Any other questions on that? Okay, as of 8 o'clock this morning, Marion County, to my knowledge, has no confirmed positive cases. We have had numerous testing. Our system shows that we've tested 15 within the county. However, a lot, now that the county, or that the providers can go to private labs, we have not, we don't have the true number until we get a negative back of how many we've tested. So, there have been 101 positive from KDHE lab throughout Kansas, and the private labs have shown 266 positive cases. But out of all those that have been drawn, so far their records show 4,554 negative. So we need to we're always focusing on the positives, but we also need to kind of keep in mind the ratio of negatives that have occurred. Kansas, as of March 30, was at 368 cases with 8 deaths. The surrounding counties around us do have Dickinson, I believe, is one that doesn't have any cases as of last evening. And then, of course, we haven't had any reported positive. The testing that is taking, KDHE can take up to 24, 48 hours, and some of the private labs, they are sent out to, I know one sent to North Carolina, so it's taking almost 8 days. Those patients who have been tested are required to be in quarantine until they get the results back from their lab test. And I want you to continue to look to KDHE website, because the current travel mandates, that does change. And if you have any questions, please give me a call and I'll let Randy take over from here.
Good morning. During the emergency operations center, been very busy last week. We're actively monitoring the COVID-19 in our county and surrounding counties to see what the trend is. Last week, as DJ mentioned, the executive order 2016 came out, so we did a mass notification. We pushed it out through email, through Pixel, through Facebook, and also called all the local news stations for information. School is back in session. We started yesterday. Packets and lunches are being distributed, so that seems to be working right now. Paper college is completely online, and they're making arrangements with students to recover their items that were left in there after spring break. We're busy ordering supplies, and one of the things we're running into is obviously the federal government's a little low on supplies, as they would be at this point, and we're trying to find other locations for the medical providers to order their additional supplies. And we've been searching the internet, finding suppliers that actually have what they're looking for online. So we're providing all the internet access to the providers so they can go and make purchases if we can't get through our way. We continue to do the conference calls, and as we will. Yesterday was a reminder, the weather was a reminder that spring is here, with the tornadoes in southwest Kansas. storms are projected to come along. And even last week, we had a semi wreck down by Florence that was dumping hazardous material. So it keeps us a little bit busy. And we're open 7 to 7.
And when Randy mentioned about tornadoes, keep in mind that if the cities or communities have storm shelters, people are supposed to take cover first. That is a time where the 10 you might not be able to be 6 feet apart, and there might be more than 10, but you need to take care of that immediate threat first. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, here we go. Randy has something to say.
Okay.
Am I on?
Now you're muted. Gotta tap the little red mic by your box where your camera is.
Okay, now you can take that out. I thought my mic was down here.
No. It's actually on the,
Minimize this.
yeah. Okay, so next
Right
to your
down here.
picture, yep, there should be a mic.
Right down here.
Yep. Tap that when it goes green.
Maybe.
Yes.
This is in relation
I'm gonna have to straight speak
to our local businesses.
Right.
They are asking if there's any special things that you are requiring for them to
I can
have
just tone out.
when the public walks in.
Like special things.
Wipes, cleanliness, or anything in the door when they come in. This particular business was notified by a nurse that said you should have this, this, and this in this business.
I think that it just needs to be common sense, and the high-touch areas need to be cleansed with appropriate cleaning solutions. Just bleach and water solution works for that. Frequently clean the high-touch surfaces. If you can limit the amount of like client touching, if you know what the client is looking for, maybe the clerk can grab it off the wall, or and I do know some businesses have, if they get to where they have a line, they will have X's marked on the floor so that people are about 6 feet apart when they wait in line to check out. Some of the others have like special hours, like the first hour of opening is for elderly or people over 60. It's just kind of be creative, use common sense, and clean the high-touch surfaces.
Thank you. I will contact that business. There's no particular place that they have to contact, or if there is, just look at this mandate and that will give them directions.
Not, they can email those or go to that website that we posted. And if they have any questions, like particular questions, they can always call here. We are working with Lloyd to get a email address where people can email us questions also. I do know that right now the governor, they don't have a phone line. They're trying to work on a public phone for those people who don't have access to computers and can't, email or check the website. So they are working on a phone number. But for right now, I would encourage them to try and call the KDHE, the number that's listed on the COVID page.
Thank you. Thank you.
Randy said thank you.
Okay.
That's all right.
Any further questions?
Not from you that I know of.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, my speaker's off right now.
Okay. Wish it would kick. Hold on a minute. Let me get my speaker up and my mic. I said, wish it would kick the speakers and the mics together. Then that would make this a lot easier.
Yeah.
And whoever is talking would have the speaker and the mic. It's something we need to address going forward with this. Anyway, so moving on to administrative business.
Okay.
Keep out my mic. Gotta go to 2 different places to get it done.
Okay, you good?
Yeah.
Do I need a speaker on or not?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have one. Okay,
It's gonna be all the way up, and then you turn it all the way, and then the little speaker icon on the left, you can kick that in and out to mute it.
it goes away.
Oh,
Mine goes
no.
away.
Pull the mic back up. Yeah, over to the left, or to the right. Down to the right. See a little speaker icon? No, you went up.
Okay,
Sorry.
my mic is on,
Okay,
right?
and your speakers are all the way,
Yes.
yep.
Okay, sorry about that. My screen isn't looking the same as it was before because I'm showing the agenda on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so generally we do payday before we do the admin. Is there a certain order you want to do that? Are we okay to, I know it
We're
was
okay.
listed the other way.
Yeah,
but-
let's take care of it.
Okay, so, we have that order that was on this, so first thing we have is the sales tax. And the sales tax was 54,769.72.
It's a little bit of a drop, isn't it?
Just
I wonder if
wait.
it's kind of a,
You
yeah,
gotta
sign of
kick
things
your
to
mic
come.
on. You gotta kick your mic on or nobody can hear you.
Oh, well. Okay, so I just said that the sales tax has dropped, and if that's a sign of what is to come, we need to really kind of be a little bit wise to it or pay attention to it.
And then keep in mind, this sales tax is from 2 months ago, so it would have been collected 2 months ago,
Correct.
submitted to the state last month, so.
And that's even more worrisome.
Yeah,
If it's
yeah,
2
yeah, I've
months
seen
ago.
it, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, kick your mic back up.
I did.
Okay.
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm gonna try to turn this speaker off. There we go.
In talking to a couple other commissioners around cities, everybody's pretty much recognizing that the sales tax is gonna take a huge hit. We're gonna take a hit on county lake fees, things like that. Down the road, we're probably gonna see an uptick on unpaid property tax. That could be an issue over the next year. Some of the entities that I've either visited with or seen online comments is that they're instructing their department heads to recognize that and to limit any capital purchases for the next very 90 days, 120 days. You know, we'll be back into the budget by then. Just wanted to know what the commission thought about maybe at least having the department heads recognize that this is gonna be an issue going forward, and if we could limit capital purchases for a short period of time until we see where we're going with this might be astute at this point.
Personally, I agree with that. I think we need to start really looking at the financial aspect of this, and I'd rather err on the
Your mic
side
back
of
in.
caution. My mic is on.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So I do agree with what he's saying, and I've heard the same thing, and I think we're starting to see it trickle down. So I think we really need to be mindful of all the possibilities that we don't even know what we're gonna face yet.
I think, we don't know the end yet. We don't know how far down the road we gotta do something. We have no public contact. We're not sending our people out to appraise things. If you look at every department out here, we're trying to reduce our actions in the public and stuff, so I can foresee furloughs. So many percent of us departments, and get down to the basics. So I agree, we gotta watch, and then we gotta be responsible for what our actions is.
Anybody else have anything else to say? Okay. Move on.
Okay. All right, so, moving on from the sales tax, we do have the payday, and I do want to mention on this payday, we do not have all the bills for the month. We didn't get them all, and so we will be having, we'll be processing some more bills that will be, as we go along, as they're processed and turned in, we'll try to process them as early checks, so that we don't have delays on payments. But the grand total payday is $791, $584.62, which includes payroll at $506, $563.61.
Got one more thing to address.
Okay, and sorry, but we're gonna have to try to pass this down.
Okay. On the vouchers, I found one item that probably needs to be pulled out.
Okay,
Can't remember which department it is, 102. At the bottom of 102, that we need to vote on separately.
okay. I'm sorry, I forgot
I
about
think
that.
there's two of them.
Okay, catch another one?
I think so.
Okay,
Okay,
we're just trying to make sure nobody gets any hot water.
yeah, let me, have Rhonda run the two reports, if she, it wasn't in here.
Page
You
3.
didn't have it in here, right?
I had it on,
I don't think so.
I thought it was account 102.
Okay, Rhonda's gonna run those reports real quick for both businesses, so we have those, and then we'll just verify that.
Okay.
Okay.
It wasn't one, okay.
It's just something that's relatively new in our process, and it got overlooked in the
Well,
midst of all this.
It's a little bit short-staffed too, so.
Understood.
Yeah, it's just been a little bit different, for sure. So we'll get that here pretty quick. While we're waiting on that, does anybody have anything else that they want to talk about with the invoices?
Is there any other? Should I get back to here? Kick my mic on.
Your mic is on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on now. I just didn't want to get an echo on a speaker so you can't hear.
Okay.
So, is there any other issues as far as any of the payment vouchers that anybody has?
All right, we should have those reports shortly. It doesn't take very long.
Let me leave my mic on.
Yeah, that's fine.
well, it doesn't, I'm just trying to get the speaker and the mic on together, so that way you can hear if people are dialing in and they're hearing that, and we got all our mic speakers turned off. It's gonna be pretty painful.
Okay. And we also have the mileage and comp time reports there that you can look at.
Part of this is going to be a little feeling out on these meetings, but maybe it's, we're getting more space or
Central
something.
places.
Maybe we'll quite get the feedback.
I'm having a hard time hearing you way
Oh.
down here.
Sorry, I was saying, on these meetings, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult, being in this tight of a quarters. It creates, a feedback.
Don't know what it's doing. I have mine. I should be down here and turn it up to 30 to 40 when it come up.
Okay, so there's
See
the
if that,
one
see if that helps. I don't know if it'll vibrate or not.
Yeah, and
It shouldn't be that line comes across. Yeah.
there's a few of them.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna make a motion that we approve the vouchers for Western Associates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That are a total of $501.67.
Here, you made the motion. I'll second.
Randy seconds my motion. Any other discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those abstaining? Dave abstains, so it passes.
Did Diane vote?
I did not, well, I didn't ask because.
Oh, Diane opposes.
I still say that it's a conflict.
So it's 3
Haven't changed my mind yet.
All right, got it.
to 1 with the abstention.
Okay, and then here's the membership. Thank you.
There. And there's no Alcon invoices, so there's just separate that out. Alright, and then, total payroll, I gotta zoom this in.
It was 791, 584, 62.
Yeah, total payday. Get there. It's so small in my screen.
It's 791, 584, 62, including payroll.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve
See the top.
791, 584, 62.
Second.
Second by Kent.
May I ask a question before we approve all that? I guess I turn this off.
Diane's
And this
got-
is just a question for the policy, okay? I noticed that we had some cold weather gear purchases.
I don't think you're coming through. I
My
got my
mic's
speaker on.
I'm green,
Can you speak into your computer?
yes,
Thanks.
okay. So I just have I noticed that we have some cold
I got
weather
nothing.
gear purchased. And so I question, at this time of the year, and I guess maybe everything's on sale if that's the purpose of it, but then you never know if you're buying cold weather gear at this time, come December, if those employees will still be employed or whatever. And I'm just questioning if maybe we should have a time frame or something to buy it.
Okay, we had asked that same question last year. And I believe you were the one, Diane, that said they can buy it whenever they want to. And so we didn't set a time frame on when they can make those purchases, because I believe that you said if they go buy it on sale or whatever, that's fine. So we did not limit that back then. So if you all want to make a change to that, you know, just let us know.
Did they buy them in January though?
Well,
I don't know why not.
So we're just paying for them now, but we got 30 days to bill, so they probably bought them January 1.
Well, they couldn't.
So it's still cold there, maybe.
I thought the policy is January 1st to December 31st, and you're allowed X amount, and that's it.
Yes, it is, but she's asking about why they're buying it now.
That time frame, you're allowed per year, that amount, and that's your time frame.
We're just
January
paying-
1st to December 31st.
We're just paying for them now, so how long you had the invoice?
But they cannot come back in November or December of this year, that same person,
And
and
buy
buy
it.
again.
Right.
right, so they have up to $100. So for the people who have purchased something for $37.94, do they have the remaining $60 left then at
Yes.
some point?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
It just struck me odd. I know there was a couple purchases in like August one year.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I thought
Yes.
that was fine, it was on sale preparing going into winter.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying now, we're just preparing going out of winter. I thought maybe it might be a little premature at this time, but just clarifying.
And just to be clear too, I don't have a problem putting any kind of a time frame on it for purchases. Sometimes that would make it a little clearer for us, but it just hasn't been done before. It was just allowed for them to purchase whenever, so.
I almost think that it might not be a bad idea to do something like maybe August through January. Of course, not applying to a new employee if you have somebody that you hire and it's in the middle of winter. But I don't know, I don't know. I just think maybe this time of the year maybe is a little bit odd, but maybe everything is on clearance sale, maybe that's the point. I'm sure the director is watching the purchases and stuff.
Any other?
So we have a motion and a second by Kent. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5 votes.
Okay. All right.
But that would be part of the being prudent and spending money wisely at this point in time, like Kent was talking about. I mean, it's not a major purchase, but it would be, is it a need at this time?
Okay. The next thing that I have are 3 sets of minutes. I have the 16th, the 20th, and the 23rd. And Randy, you had signed the minutes of March 9th, but I need you to re-sign them because I had a printing error for
Okay.
the new ones. So they were already approved, but I just need a new signature on that.
So I think that the meeting minutes were previously approved.
These ones were.
Just need to be
the-
signed.
Yeah, can you just do,
Okay.
those are.
So the vice chairman.
Mhm. And then the rest of these still need to be approved for the 16th, the 20th, and the 23rd.
Getting feedback that can't hear what Diane had said. Don't know if our speakers are on.
Okay.
What else? Notified cities property tax, second half, that was a little bit ago. Couple other years also on there. Anyway, we're gonna have to work better, all right.
I'll try to help unmute, just to make sure when,
Okay.
I'll try to help unmute people when I see they're talking and if they don't have their mic on. Okay.
somebody's gotta have the speaker on all the time, otherwise you can, you can't hear if they're getting that weird feedback with all our speakers
One of
on.
us need to keep a speaker on.
Yeah.
You got yours on, Randy?
I can, let's try it here real quick, let's see what it does.
Diane's just on.
I thought we
It
were-
was, I just shut it off, because I
Okay.
thought that was the problem, so I shut it off. But I had it on a little while.
Mine's on down to about 20, 25, is that?
Okay. So,
So I got it in 23, I don't know if that, maybe we find that right level.
okay, are we ready to do the minutes approval?
I'll
Yes.
make a motion to approve March 16th.
Okay, can you turn your mic on your computer before you speak?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as written on March 16th, 2020.
I'm not getting nothing.
All right.
I'll second.
Motion by Diane, a second by Kent. I think mine's picking up through yours, so.
Okay.
Any other discussion? That's a discussion we've already had. It's feeding back. Gonna have to kill the mic. I think it's rolling around.
Yeah, we've already talked about stuff and stuff.
So that's yourself.
Okay, so I don't know that having a computer here with everyone on is helping that much.
Right.
Okay. All right. So you had a motion and a second.
Yeah, motion is second. Any other discussion about March 16th minutes? Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
5-0.
March 20.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve March 20 meeting minutes as written.
Motion by Diane,
Second.
second by Randy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Okay, March 23rd.
Make a motion to approve the minutes for March 23rd.
Second.
Hang on.
We got discussion by Randy?
Yeah. In that 23rd one, I think Dave said he was not notified in that one section. Then later he come back to the meeting and said he was notified on the dates about the roads. I'd like to have clarified in there because he said that he didn't, but he did come back and state that he had.
It would be towards the end of the meeting,
Yeah.
probably underneath commissioner discussion.
Could have been, yeah, could have been. Yes,
Think
it
it was.
was, yes. Yeah, commissioner discussion, yeah.
The comment, what I put in here was Crowfoot what I put in here was Crowfoot expressed concern that he had not received all the same information as the rest of the board.
Yeah.
And then, so what would you like added?
Just, Dave come back, did remember that he had been contacted about the roads and stuff. what happened. Yeah,
Correct myself.
corrected himself, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do we wanna just take that sentence out?
Yeah.
that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good.
Just kind of just strike it
Yeah.
and initial it.
That'd be good. I'm satisfied with that, yes.
Okay. So we used to approve your second to my motion as amended?
Yes, we will.
Any other discussion about it? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Okay, I will revise them and make the correction and
Okay.
that you can see. Okay.
All right.
I have some change orders.
All right. So
Just wait. Quite a few.
Someone's gonna get a workout. I've been traveled this far too.
Be right back.
That one's vacating the streets there.
On the Peabody Fire Department. Marion County
Ah,
Road
they bought
Fire.
that up there, yeah.
Get that back to you.
Oh, yes, thank you. I have been looking for that.
Oh.
Kind of weird having it stretched so far.
This whole thing is kind of weird.
Clear your path, huh?
Well, that's one.
Last one?
Yep. This is it, well, TV is zip on.
Last one.
Joe, this, that one.
No, I'm on the front page.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think maybe Dave missed this one. Yeah, it looks that way. Okay, thanks. This is new information that was not in the packet.
pass it on down.
Yeah.
Oh, new information that's not in the packet.
I'll get it this time.
I think everybody should have gotten an email about
About what?
some of this.
Yeah, this looks like, okay, I think Randy Purdue is actually on the call, so let me see. That was all the administrative I have, but if you're ready for the transfer station.
Yep. I think we're ready to move on to Randy.
So Tina, without these microphones on here, will the camera pick up good voice? do
I
you
don't
think?
know, we'll have to see. We're gonna have to start talking a little louder in here. Okay. Randy?
Randy Purdue. Trying to find him. Not seeing him.
Okay.
Alright, he's right there, he's on the phone. There's no mic.
Well. Randy needs to change his computer audio, I think.
Or call in.
And I was saying our audio connection is lost. Oh, that's because mine's off.
Organizer experienced technical difficulties.
Okay, we're still connected. Okay, we're back, yep.
Okay.
You got audio here. Okay. Randy Purdue?
Hold
We
on.
can try to call him if he's not on anymore.
He's still there. Yeah. Tina's computer has experienced difficulties.
Well. Can see.
Can you guys hear that mic? I was trying to see if our connection is behaving better than the other one. Can't say we're not trying to be as transparent as possible.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to move on someday.
Okay, well, I'm back, I think. I went ahead and connected back to the county. Okay, so Randy Purdue, if you can hear on here, could you just call in 620-382-2185? Because we can't hear you. We do have some change orders in your packet. I can try to we can try to call Randy too. But I don't have his number in here.
That's right.
Okay.
Somebody
That's
else.
probably the office number.
That's it.
Okay.
I got it somewhere here.
Is it right up there above the Marion County Transfer Station? Office. Back. 785-762-5040.
Hi, this is Tina with Marion County. We were trying to include Randy Purdue on a meeting here, and we showed that he had called in, but we can't hear anything he's saying. Is he available to take this call? Okay, thanks.
Trying to figure out. Sometimes the cell phone works better than, 'cause that likes to cut out about every 6 seconds. Yeah.
I'll ask him if he could just call us on his cell.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey, Randy, it's Tina. Have you been on? Were you trying to? Okay. Okay, so, do you have a cell phone you can call in?
call mine.
Oh, you wanted
Yeah, 'cause
to call you?
'cause that is the problem.
Well, I think that, I think being on the phone, we can try it, but Jonah said when we did that last time, he was getting a lot of clicking from this phone in this room, so let's try it, just to put you on speaker in the room, and then if you're having trouble hearing, would you let me know? And then we may do something different, okay?
Unless,
Or
is he still getting sound through his computer?
are you still hearing any, he just called in, he wasn't on the computer.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on speaker, okay?
Good.
Okay, Randy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm gonna try to put you in front of a microphone here in the room.
I can hear it coming
Also,
down here.
you can hear him? Okay. All right. So we are ready for you.
Okay, and I am on the computer, but I had dialed in, so, but, what you have up in front is, just our standard, that, is just a standard bill. That's for everything clear back, since the last one. I think the last time we gave you guys a bill for services was, November or something. So, that's what is up. Then we go into change order 2, which is what I discussed with you guys, last time I was there. It is for removal of the foundations that we were unaware were gonna be under the center section of the building for the generator pad. That work is complete, and Nelson Fountain submitted their final, numbers. So that is what the 20,561.75 is.
Did you guys?
Which is under what we thought worst case scenario was.
Yeah. So, this change order number 2, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he probably, I don't know if he's hearing me or not.
Oh, yeah. Are you wanting to take action to approve the change order?
Yeah, I was going
Okay.
to, but I was just seeing if he's,
Randy, can you still hear us?
is it choppy?
I can't hear Jonah, but I can hear
Yeah,
you.
see.
Yeah, it's probably because of the way the phone is facing.
John,
You just need to talk louder.
Yeah. Are you there, Randy?
Yes, I am. Now I can hear you.
Alright. Sometimes the phone likes to cut out, so, I will make a motion to approve the change order number 2 at $20,561.75.
Second.
Got a second by Randy. All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Okay, and then we did have 2 invoices that were in your packet, I believe.
Yes, so I separated out, I did the standard invoice, like I said, which is the normal fees, and then the other invoice goes with this change order. It was the additional work, us coming down, meeting with the contractor, looking at the site, a little bit of additional inspection hours. Our inspector's only on site when required. Well, then in order to keep track of materials moved and hours and stuff, there was added time put in there to cover that for that change order too. So I separated that out so it was clear what time went where.
That is.
Yeah, okay, I don't have, kind of went out on me, so.
Trying to pull it up here.
It's invoice 5354,
I'm trying to get there.
$2,800.
Yeah, is that correct, Randy? Is this $2,800?
That sounds right. I can't, I mean, she doesn't have it up on the screen. I would have to look quickly, but that sounds correct.
Okay.
$2,862.
Yeah, $2,862.
Okay, so can you all take action to approve those 2
Yes,
invoices?
that is for project manager, engineering, and we sent a survey crew out to verify quantities, and most of that's our construction inspector,
Okay.
being on site added time in order to verify hours and what the contractor was doing.
It says project notes, work listed above is for change order number 2 only.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so this is still part of change order number 2.
Well, it's separate, because the change order just included the contractor, not he didn't include his own.
So was the 20,000
That
actually?
was just for the contractor.
Okay.
And
I
this
thought I seen it.
2,800 is for the engineering.
Okay. So the other one had $15,000.
Yeah, it was 15,376, I believe.
Just trying to figure out where the 20,000 come from.
That was the
was
contractor, their time and materials, that was,
Remove those pads
Okay.
that they hit.
that was just a
15,000.
change order, not an invoice attached to it right yet. For them.
I'm following that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. All right. So there's two items then for the engineering.
Yes.
Okay.
Not for
Randy.
Not for engineering, I was, the second one's just for them, this $2,862.
Yeah.
I'd make that motion to pay the $2,862.
Second.
Got a motion by Randy, second by Kent. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. No. What's the 15,000?
That's their engineering on the project in general so far,
Okay.
Since last
since the last billing.
November or so.
We need to take action on that.
Yeah, that'd be
See,
good.
I'm used to seeing it all in one AIA form
Right,
and all of it coming through at once.
right, I understand.
It's all over the place.
Maybe you can tell me.
Yeah, if, Randy, if we could do anything in the future to, provide it all in one AIA form, so that we can get all this wrapped up and tidied up into one approval.
Okay, the reason it wasn't, and I can do that, is because we have a contract with you guys and the contractor has a contract with you guys. And so that's why I kept it separate, and then the one invoice is for we have an agreement, from a couple of years ago for the project, and then I made an invoice strictly for change order 2. That way it was clear what was, when you guys voted a week ago or 2 weeks ago on the contractor plus Call Valley added time, this was what the added time was.
Okay.
That's about it.
I suppose if we could go 2 separate AIA forms to then, because we have a contract with you, is that a time and material contract then? Or is that is there a firm price for engineering? Did you catch that,
Randy,
Randy?
can you hear us?
So the contract from back, I'm hearing parts of what Joan is saying, but the contract, the original contract was a set price for design, and then it says added work per the hourly rates.
Okay. I'm just wondering how to clean it up the most, is if it was 2 AIA application forms.
This is pretty,
Yeah, it's just, and it's my first day back too, so it's a little bit all over the place, so. Well, going forward, if we can just clean it up a little bit, try to get everything condensed down, I guess is what I'm after. Did you catch that, Randy?
I caught part of it. I'll try to, make it all as a packet, that way it's easier for you guys to understand what goes with what.
Okay.
So then I sent Tina 2 other sheets first thing this morning.
Which is, this is
So I contacted, Jonah, I'm pretty sure the contractor contacted you. I've been in contact with Randy Delkey, in excavating, for a pit area. We've come back across more contaminated soils like we did on the first phase of work. It's been the entire depth of excavation, so it's been pretty extensive. I reached out to Josh with the county, and I believe spoke with Randy about if and when we get approval from KDHE to haul that material off. I'm in negotiations with KDHE, but we're probably going to have to land farm that material just like we did the last stuff, which is haul it out to your shop out west, spread it out, till it every 30 days, and then retest it, that the environment will eventually work the diesel fuel unit out. I've been discussing with KDHE about their help in reimbursement for this work, because it appears to me as though they've known that maybe this site has some issues and haven't been keeping up with it. They're non-committal at this point. Some of it comes back to we got to see what the test results are. So on Friday, this last Friday, on the 28th or whichever, 27th, we met with KDHE on site. They said we're good to continue building, that the site is falls outside of their emergency area. So the contractor has the green light to continue building. The trick is we can't use the soil that's there. The contractor has supplied us with their time and materials, which pretty much matches exactly what they did last time. Hourly rates for equipment, and then his estimation on removing that pile of soil is 4 to 5 days worth of work, different pieces of equipment. He's given estimated hours. He says his worst case scenario he believes is $37,000, and that's to haul it from site out to your property south of town.
Well,
What I was questioning was if the county wanted to try to haul it themselves.
yeah, I've approached Bryce on this, and I think it's probably not the wisest idea. We've got the roads to take care of, and people are really needing their roads taken care of. So I've started investigating some other alternatives, and I think Randy and I had a chance to speak on this. If we could find a closer alternative to have that land farmed, so where the trucking wouldn't take so much and it could be hauled like just north of town here.
That would be fine. It would take a whole new land farm permit. I'd have to go through it. So currently we'd be adding to the other one. KDG acted like that wouldn't be that time consuming or that big of a deal. If we pause and go to a different site, it could be more time consuming, and our contractor has stated in his paperwork that he's got rental equipment sitting out there and he's wanting $1,000 a day for downtime, waiting on KDHE approval that way, because he's having trouble keeping moving with this pile in his way.
Right.
I just wanted to be full disclosure on what we're looking at for.
What I really wanted out of you was to know if it was a possibility. It sounds like it is. So if we move quickly and see if the landowner was willing, that may be something we should look at. And if we can't pull it off quickly, then
How long to get the permit?
yeah, how long does it take to get the permit? Do you know?
Can't remember how long the last time it took. Because KDHE was acting like if we resubmitted the new test results, which I should have later today, with the old permit, they were going to be able to give us approval almost immediately. To get a new site, they've got to go out and look at it. I can't remember, but I guess my assumption would be probably take at least a week, if not more.
Okay, Randy has something to say. Here.
No, you have to talk.
So automatically, we're looking at, when's the downtime start for them?
Well, I'm going to have some argument with them that they can continue to work. So that's going to be if the pile's in their way too long, I don't know when that downtime would start. We need to negotiate that with them, because KDHE at this point has said, you guys can keep building, they can start preparing to place concrete. The trick is that pile is incredibly in their way, and so at what point do they say, well, we can't move forward because that's in the way? I'm not sure.
Now, Randy, are you in the loop on what transpired yesterday? Randy?
I suppose not. I mean, are we
Okay.
talking those footings?
No, the city of Marion agreed to work with us and allow us some more space to continue pile.
Oh, out on the right of way?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, no, I was aware of that. The trick is, I don't know, I think that's because they're working on, they were needing more space to work on the north ramp.
Yeah.
While we were waiting on this testing. So I don't know that buys that much time. I can speak with the contractor and find out if that, but I have a feeling, because they've already stacked the material on strictly the county's corner there to the point where it's right up next to the pit. So I have a feeling that they were wanting that extra space just for what more they're going to remove yesterday and today.
Okay. If we could contact this landowner and see if there's any possible way by maybe yet today to make, or tomorrow to make this decision, whether to even ask KDHE.
Yeah, absolutely. We can go that route. If you guys want to be in contact with them, as soon as you can get me what site, I can start doing some background checking, because everything involved with the permit is where's residential houses, where's the water going to run if it rains. certain things like that are what they're
Correct, correct.
So if you could give me a pinpoint as to what piece of property we're, possibly looking at using, then I can start going through KDHE's permit and seeing, is there any red flags for that land?
If this dirt was used to fill over concrete, or not buried concrete, but just concrete on top of the ground, would that, did that pose a problem right off the get-go, as you can see?
I don't believe so. I would have to check, but I believe that the breakdown of what's in it is mostly through weathering. It's not leaching. They don't, obviously we don't want that stuff leaching back into the ground. So that's, so no, I don't believe that that's an issue.
And just for your information, we have not talked as a commission yet, so that discussion will probably follow here in just shortly, so that the rest of the commission can be brought up to date and understand where possibly a site might be and that.
Okay, and then I guess I just want to, I want you guys to understand what challenges this is bringing, as far as, so at this point, we've got little to no extra expense. The contractor was digging the hole, so that's part of their bid package. Them piling it where they piled it was negotiation on, we needed to keep it on site, and we were hoping that not all the material was gonna be an issue, and as they dug, they were not digging out of contaminated soil. So all that soil that we're moving is going to have to be brought in some other material, which the contractor has stated they have screenings, which is what their additional fill is supposed to be. The trick is that's going to be hauling it back in and purchase of additional material. When this is all said and done, you guys will have this pile to use, a year from now on other construction, other county projects. But I don't see it getting treated in time to be able to go back on this site. So that's kind of all information I feel like you guys should be aware of.
No matter where we take this, it has to be approved by KDHE.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Cannot leave site until it's approved, yes.
Okay.
I think I know the answer to that backhaul, because there's no place to pile the stuff in order to haul the other away.
Or dump it in the hole.
Yeah, well, some of it.
Yeah, I mean, they could have.
Yeah. Well, I think it's probably our discussion amongst ourselves here to make some decisions on this, on which way to go, so that the commission's all caught up here. And Jonah, do you have anything else before you want to go with this?
No, I think we just didn't have the opportunity to bring this up to the commission before Randy, and there's we may have to call Randy back.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll be in the office, same as numbers you guys called before, and we can continue to discuss. I'll answer questions. This is kind of an evolving situation where as they're plowing forward with construction, we are coming across unforeseen items that we've got to address, and unfortunately try to address in a timely manner. With you guys making decisions and having KDHE involved makes it all quite complicated.
Okay, yeah, and is there anything else this commission needs to know that as within the next step here? What is it to get a base laid, and are they going to dig the north ramp out before they start anything?
I believe they're going to dig a part of the north ramp out in order to start pouring concrete. The mat foundation for the pit area extends 20-some feet past for the ramp, because the ramp starts really shallow. So they've got to dig quite a little ways each way beyond the building for the ramp, and that's what they're pushing to do. My understanding is get prepared to pour the initial mat foundation.
Okay. I'm done with the question, I guess. Just right there. I hope the cement company's open, or else we're.
We are, this is all uncharted territory
Correct.
in that line of questioning your category. I assume that they will be prepared to move forward, but I'm not sure if Cody's checked with them to verify, so.
Okay. All right. I have no more further questions, Jonah.
Me neither. I just.
I'll be available, call me if you need me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
Yep, thank you.
Bye. I'll start, Jonah, and then let you kick in. Randy said exactly what happened when they found it, and he called me about this contaminated ground at the bottom of where they were still digging. They was piling high. His concern was, what are we gonna do with the pile? How much? At that time, they wasn't done digging yet. And then he called me and let me know about the meeting, that this 10 o'clock Friday meeting with the KDHE, which they come out. And did you understand that they'd give the okay to go ahead? It's just we're still in this slightly contaminated, it's not contaminated enough to stop digging. So they'd give us the okay to go ahead there. So then at that stage, why then it become the question of do we look at our county trucks to do it or do we not? The pile definitely grew here in the last few days. If you haven't seen it, it's a pretty big pile, a lot of dirt. And then, so then that's when I think Jonah got contact and he called me about looking, or I referred to Jonah and I said, this is what I think. You can probably handle this with Bryce to see whether or not and that's when Jonah, I'll let him take over from there about the trucking.
Yeah, we're getting feedback.
Okay, I turned mine.
Okay. I did talk with Bryce, and both of us had talked a little bit. We've got so much road issues to take care of that it was thought of that maybe we shouldn't. I don't know what that cost would be, you know, as far as savings if we're trying to handle everything that needs to be handled. So we discussed that maybe it wasn't the wisest move, and to pursue a different location on land farming. If that could be done, I have not reached out to the landowner that we're talking about or discussing. So that is up in the air, and we need to do that. But then that would leave an off-road truck possibility to haul massive amounts quickly.
You have to get special permits to use the city streets.
Not be on city streets. If you know, you might as well we should just take this that the landowner has not been contacted. We'd like to make contact. See,
You're talking about Rocky.
No, we're not. We're talking about where the city of Marion dumps a lot of concrete right around back north here and back that way, but that's a different landowner. We don't know if he'd be interested. Just a concerned citizen, I think, brought this to me and said you might want to contact them and see and give them an opportunity. So that's where that needs to happen first. See if the landowner's even interested. He may not want anything to do with it. But that is a possibility we looked at to reduce some cost, to use the truck that you see down there is that big land mover truck.
Yeah.
Instead, it would go right over private ground all the way. But now what Dave is talking about is, and we mentioned it here on that, if they're gonna go out to Rocky Hets, I think that's where the contractor has the screenings he's gonna get to backfill for this project. So if he was hauling screenings in, why not haul some of the stuff out and try to go to Rockies if he had a place that would be acceptable to spread this dirt out and farm it, where maybe the trucking we could use the trucking both ways. So
take a big area.
yeah, so that's another possibility of sites or whether we take our site that we have already out here and pay the price and haul it out there and not have any downtime in the project. Is there any, I mean, ask any questions?
Anybody else got
Yeah.
anything else to say?
Yeah.
I've got your mic on. I shut hers off.
Okay.
We were getting feedback, so.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's going to be better centrally located over there to
Okay.
pick up everything.
Kent?
I got, okay, my mic's on. No. Yeah. Yes. All of this property was core drilled.
Yeah, teach your mic.
I don't understand why we're getting all this contaminated soil. I mean, they should have found that. We're gonna get blown out of water on this budget real fast. Real fast. And I don't understand why whoever, I mean, the engineer ordered core drilling. I'm sure, I mean, they didn't do it, some company did. Where did they core drill? I mean, they should have been core drilling right where we built.
Did they drill in the building?
For one thing, they would have hit that concrete if they'd have core drilled anyway.
Okay, we lost connection. Let me,
I'm a little upset with our engineer, to tell you the truth. I think we missed a whole lot of stuff there. I mean, just for the fact that I've known that place has been there all this year, you could have guessed it was gonna be contaminated soil. And now another 37,000 on top of that, the 20?
Back.
I'll unmute.
Kent, there was something there that he said about possibly, they hadn't tested this since 2002. And Tina, I'm asking you, if that was when the place was sold to the county, if I remember right. I mean, is that when I know that's when our loan started, I think, the 10-year loan. So I'm just wondering if they tested it, that was the reason why the test was done when when Marion's, or Rex and Theo, whatever their company was. Yeah, when they sold it to the county, if that was the reason why that test was done at that time. That's the only thing I've heard, that was the last state test that was done on that property back in 2002.
Why wasn't there a test, why didn't we have tests done prior to this construction then? I question that,
Yeah.
because I think engineers, the engineering needs to own this.
The court, we need to check to see what the core drilling has done. Why didn't it, see where it was done at? And
For one of two things,
Yeah.
not only contaminated soil, if they'd have core drilled where we're digging a hole, they'd run into cement.
Yeah. I don't know if they could have core drilled through that deep while the structure was above. The most core drill they could probably do is, I mean, I'm not saying the most they could do, because they could probably attach bits, you know, at 8-foot intervals and go down, but.
So they're core drilling downtown Marion last month, 10, 12 foot
Yeah, yeah,
through the sidewalks.
yeah, but they're outside, so they can, you know, the building was over the top where these footings are.
They drive in the building.
Yeah,
No.
but they still could have said,
That building,
this building's
That's
here,
that code.
we need to drill through the concrete to get down where we need to get.
Okay.
It looks to me like they just,
Kent, and when your response, my only response to what you just said is that, would it be feasible for our legal attorneys to look at our contract to see, is that the proper procedure now to see if the engineer core drilling was sufficient for the project, or?
well, I think so, because all the liability is thrown onto us at this point.
Yeah,
And we relied on our engineer.
correct.
yeah. You got your mic down, right? One's on. You leave yours on.
Okay. I just want to see where it was at, though.
Yeah. I'm getting messages that we're getting echoes.
Oh, my
When-
speaker.
when- That's
The
when,
mic hanging from the ceiling here.
yeah, when we get two mics going, and it causes an echo. So,
I'm interested to any other conversation here, feelings. I mean,
Yeah.
Kent's brought a good point up, and that's, my quick determination was that, and I think he's got something there that he's not completely wrong. Because our person is our engineer. And that's who, I'm not sure that any one of us are, we're not reliable to go out and drill something and see what's underneath that, so.
yeah.
We've got to take care of the problem now,
Yeah,
so we continue on, then we could see blame.
Well,
I mean, want to get
Yes.
lawyers involved, it's gonna take weeks.
yes.
We got hours to decide this.
yeah.
My only comment is that
Kent's
I
right.
think it's been taken for granted. If you did talk to anybody that worked around that area over the last 50 years, they tell you there's contaminated soil.
Jonah?
No, I don't have any dispute to that. I just,
Okay, then we fall back to what we're gonna do in the problem, as Dave's talking about. And whether you look at this bid of $37,048, if you look at that and wanna do anything with that, I mean, we know what that could be. That's a set cost out there. We don't know what KDHE would do to us, how soon, how quick, and we don't wanna sit there, even if they give us a week or so and nothing's still done, and then another week goes by, that's where we're starting, if their deadline is 2 weeks from now for construction. So, I mean, I think it's our decision now to move ahead, and we can tackle this other project, probably the legal fees or the legal side of it later.
We don't want the $1,000 a day kick in.
Well, that's, yeah, you might as well be hauling dirt out for $1,000 a day. Yeah.
Well, you need to make a motion on this.
I think we need to, do we move forward and check with the landowner?
Yes.
I would say both ways. I liked where the trucking, but they don't have no place to, we may have to set and pay the downtime, because the rock comes in, the backfill comes in a lot later, the cement's gotta be poured first. So you ain't gonna get, they're gonna, you know,
Yeah.
if they was hauling this in, it wouldn't be for a few weeks, I don't think,
Right.
to look at the trucking.
Yeah, so I don't.
Do you understand me, Dave, what I'm saying? That we gotta get some concrete in before they can backfill and stuff around to come up,
Yeah.
and that wouldn't,
And you
that could be a
gotta,
time
you
frame.
gotta pour it, and you've gotta wait a week. I
Yeah.
mean, you gotta let it
Yeah.
set up and structurally.
I like the idea if we had room to put the screenings somewhere, but
Yeah.
in that little space, we don't have nothing. It'd have to be on the city property over there somewhere.
It's only a mile away.
Yeah. So, I will check into it in case it does happen that way, Dave. But I think the only other responsibility that I have is, I think, to find this other landowner and just visit with them and make that decision, if the commission wants to go that, or look at this and go. Because I think you're still gonna have 15,000 or so hauling out no matter what, aren't you?
You may have.
I don't know, could you cut that in half, you think?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, your distance is so short.
Yeah.
I mean, that, if, there's only a limited amount of landowners that we can talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
One or
so,
two, yes.
where, that will be that, and no telling what the fees would be. They said, yeah, go ahead, but I want something too. So I would say that I would like to make a motion to entertain and a secondary optional land farm closer to the premises. If that cannot be accomplished, that we pursue with the acceptance of this proposal of $37,000 to start moving it within 2 days.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
That's what I was gonna motion also, so I would second it.
Second by Kent, any other discussion?
Diane?
No, I have nothing to say.
Okay. I have-
So if what, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what the 2 days meant.
We have 2 days to look into the land farm alternative option
Okay,
closer to the site.
okay.
If we cannot pull that off, get the landowner to agree, whatever, it's gotta be dealt with, so we can't go on.
ADHE and landowner.
So if the landowner says yes, then the engineer says yes, that may extend past 2 days.
Yeah.
But we've got to start getting yeses within 2 days, or we're going the other way.
I think that's a good, my discussion would be, I think that's a good alternative. We don't have to come back and make a new motion. We've still got a direction to go in case plan A fails, we go to plan B, is about the way I see it.
Yeah. And since we won't have another meeting, you know, let's make it, so if that goes down, yeah, like you said, plan A doesn't work, we'll go right on to plan B. So, all those in favor?
Oh, Kent, just second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye. 5 to 0.
Fine.
Oops.
You want me still mic on, or are you gonna take over, sir?
No, I think you're close enough to
Okay.
me that if I pipe up and speak, it's picking up both of us.
Six foot.
Yeah.
I like the 6 foot.
Yeah, and actually I did measure, Randy, you're over further than I measured you, but you were all 6 feet apart when I measured.
Here, come, measure your 6 foot.
I did measure everything. Okay.
He's actually got the spectator back here. He's on.
Okay, so we have that arranged, and it's on us before we recontact Randy. on-
Yes, yes.
All right,
I
so.
think that's our first objective, is if you and I have time right after the meeting to
Yeah.
go find this owner.
Yeah. So with that, we're gonna move on to road and bridge.
Okay, and I see that Bryce is on by the computer. I think I need you to sign that first change order that we approved.
We got it.
But Bryce, you're gonna have to go to your settings and turn on your computer audio.
Did we make a motion to approve the 15,000?
Oh, there you are. I think you're good now. On the 15,000.
Okay, I just
No.
didn't wanna drop the ball back.
I don't,
We did
I
the-
didn't
we
ever
did the
get.
2,800.
Right, I didn't get the others.
Yeah, just
Yes,
you.
it's on now. Okay.
Just you.
Well, I turned everyone's room mics on so that
Okay.
we could try to get more sound coming through the speakers. That
Okay.
way people,
So then we don't have to click
Here.
in and out of our speakers.
as much,
Or-
yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think that you actually made the motion to approve the 15,376. I didn't have it written down.
yeah,
so.
I don't remember doing it, so I just thought we better double check it before we move on to Bryce.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't know if I can.
Using the little screen. Need a second monitor. Okay, so there's the invoice number A4 5338. I will make a motion that we approve 15,376.15. Got a second by Randy. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, now we're gonna move on to Bryce.
Okay, and I see that Bryce is there with audio, and I'm going to start, the screen was able to come back up, so I'm gonna share this packet, so hopefully people will be able to see it
Okay.
if we still have connection.
So Joan, I'm still getting a bunch of calls that people can't hear you,
Can't hear me?
can't hear you.
Okay.
I can turn this mic on, or are you gonna turn yours on?
No, I'd prefer that we keep one mic on the computer, which is Randy, I think. Maybe he's far enough away.
Diane, are they hearing me?
I haven't had any complaints about hearing you.
And then if I can get my mic to broadcast enough for him to pick me up.
Okay,
And somebody needs to keep the speaker to make sure we're not getting much feedback.
okay, Travis is just saying at 11:01, we hear nothing but mumbling when using Randy's mic only,
Okay.
so that's not working. So I'll try mine again.
Okay. Yours out.
And we do have everything trying to come through the room speakers, so hopefully that'll help.
Okay.
Okay.
Randy's
I'm on.
desk mic up. Yep.
Okay. So we'll see how that works.
We're gonna whoop it.
Sorry about that. Okay, let me see if I can get Bryce unmuted here. Now we do have a caller on, so we've got a few people on the phone, that's good. Bryce is good to go.
Okay.
Bryce, are you there?
Oh, barely hear him.
Can you talk louder? Oh, hold on.
Afraid if I turn mine on, it'll get feedback from the inside.
Okay. Just 1 second, Bryce, we're working on it.
You there, Bryce?
Yeah, we can't hardly hear you guys though.
Can you turn up your audio on your computer downstairs?
Is your speaker at on?
Just to the network here.
Alright, I'm gonna have to plug in. I'm draining my computer trying to do everything I'm doing.
Do we need our power cord on plus the network? Mine just came up and said the battery was low.
Yeah,
That's about what his is running out, so we're probably gonna run them all out here. She got hers on.
Okay.
First thing. Yeah.
But I have to wonder, is this really the wise way to go? I'm all for, the conference call is by far better. This is, to me, extremely stressful.
Yeah,
And I've been getting phone calls all along that, well, not calls, but texts. People can't hear anything we're saying, it's really not accomplishing
We're
what
having
we
a hard enough
expect.
time hearing ourselves.
we're going to have to, that's what I was trying to tell Tina, that we're probably going to have to not be in the same room together. And this, and then just use,
What's wrong with just conference calls? They work. I mean,
No,
Larry
that
Purdue, he
thing-
was awesome.
that doesn't work,
What doesn't work?
that conference call phone. I can tell you, I can
I'll be
tell
happy
you.
to donate a
Nobody
brand
can
new
hear
one.
it, other than us.
No, when you're listening in, you cannot hear. It cuts out. Every time somebody speaks, it comes through clear.
Yeah, we had to go buy like a $400 conference phone,
Yeah.
has speakers all around it, set in the middle of the room, it works fine.
Yeah.
You one for like each person.
No, this one,
Oh, just one.
yeah, then,
I mean, this is just not to be working.
That's what Skid has.
The,
One for
yeah, it looks like a little spaceship.
Okay, Lloyd says, oops. We just need to adjust the sound to get on the Bluetooth, because he says that he can hear. I think people on the call can hear, we just need to enunciate better, because it sounds like mumbling.
You need to speak up and keep your hand
Speak
in
up
front of
and
your mouth.
clearly, yeah.
You got you need to put your hands in your lap. You're not
All
a
right.
public speaker.
We tie your hands behind the chair.
You don't say, and keep your hands down.
Well, I know a couple of them dropped off, they can't hear. That's just what that's what I'm being told.
Well, and we're also having erratic internet today, so.
yeah.
Yeah, all the kids go home from school on the internet.
Our internet at the shop was highly volatile yesterday, and it wasn't even working this morning, so.
And that stinks.
It's being overstressed, and that's another story for
Got all
our
the kids on school.
commission discussion.
Right. Bryce, can you speak directly into your microphone?
I hear
A little bit.
I mean, she's there just a
Very
tiny
little.
bit.
Anybody got your speakers turned
I just turned mine on. Bryce, can you say something?
Hearing him somewhere,
We don't-
barely.
we
Bryce? Where? Right there, Bryce?
Yeah,
There he is.
right in front of the microphone.
Way behind.
Good, that's a lot better. Okay. I can make him the presenter if he wants to go through his packet.
Yeah.
Right in front of the microphone.
Way behind.
I can't make out the words.
Yeah, we all start.
Okay.
Goes round and round.
Yeah, you gotta shut your mic. Tina.
Sorry, just one sec. Mine's not on.
Better?
There we go.
Alright, that's better. Can you?
Everybody good?
Can you hear? Oh, you can't hear us. Right. Can you hear me?
Right, the people can hear.
You what?
This is Amy. People can hear you, just they can't hear you in the room.
Oh, okay.
No, we can hear you in the room.
All right, yeah, just go ahead. I've made you the presenter, so you should be able to take my screen.
Proceed then, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Tina has made you the presenter.
Okay.
Go ahead and proceed, and then if you need to, we'll chime in with our mics as necessary so we can keep the feedback down.
Okay, sounds good. First thing I had was fuel bids. The area fuel bid came in where EPS was low for areas 1 and 3, and MMA got area 2, which I believe I gave copies of the email sheets. to
Okay,
show them.
well, you're doing it now, so Bryce, we're doing it now, hold on.
Okay, we are distributing the packets now.
Did he say area or transport?
We got the transport in front of me.
Here, let's just do, here's
Yeah,
area.
That was EPS for the transport.
Hold on.
So
Here's
it's-
area, just one second. Could you pass that one down?
Yep.
All right, transport.
Okay.
And on transport, we had a packet, and then we had an extra sheet that's coming your
Okay.
way. So that's transport. And here's there was an extra sheet that came up after. Here's transport.
Yep.
So does, Diane, did you get an area one also?
I did,
Okay, so you have area and
Yeah, I think
transport.
we got them all.
yeah.
Let me go to the other side. Okay, so you have area,
I have area.
okay? And then here's transport for each of you, and then there's an extra sheet on transport. Okay,
So was the extra sheet late? Right?
I don't know if-
On the transport?
I mean, right, this is starting, we already set up the packets.
Okay. So I'm going to pull, your recommendation. What is your recommendation? Bryce?
The area fuel would be area 1 and 3 would go to EPS, and area 2 would go to MFA.
Okay. I will make a motion to accept Bryce's recommendation.
Second?
Second by Randy. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Okay, your transport, your recommendation?
That low bid was M service at $9,500.
Okay. I will accept Bryce's recommendation. Make a motion that we accept Bryce's recommendation. Second by Kent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
All right, next thing is talking about rock a little bit. Obviously, we've been hauling a tremendous amount of rock. We actually hauled rock Saturday. Horseman opened up for us, and we hauled a bunch. We had 96 loads of rock come out of there. So we are gaining on things. However, one thing that does look at is we're probably going to be in the neighborhood of $350,000 to $400,000 through the end of March by the time all the bills come in with the hauling and stuff like that. So based on quarter, we should be at the $225,000 range. So options in the future without just totally going over the budget, for hauling rock. But, like I said, we're getting some good coverage on roads and just taking some time. The only other thing to think about is, you know, currently hauling of the hard rock, from the east quarries. So, we're still not comfortable. We'd like to get back and get some of these other roads covered for people before we go back and talk about that. But based on the budget we currently have, and you guys talking about the budget for the near future after this COVID thing, that's something I think we need to honestly look at to determine whether we want to continue with that for the rest of the year. But time will tell on that, where we are, especially after this COVID thing. So, anyway, when Brad comes in, I would like to have a executive session with you to talk about some possible pending legal or litigation. Brad's aware of that, and you've been talking about that. Excuse me. Oh, it's probably 6 weeks ago, but we'll have a response for you guys to look at there. I did get some good news, I guess you'd say, from KDOT, come from Secretary of Transportation, that they have got some good news coming. That well, obviously they extended the cost share program deadline until May 18th. That was supposed to be the middle of April, simply because they're all off on work at this time, so they extended most state things. As part of this new program that they're working on, they're saying that every Kansas county will receive at least $8 million in transportation improvements. Now, currently at this time, they don't know what that is or whatever else. They're looking at that, and obviously they moved the city connecting link payments from up to $5,000 per lane permanently. Now, I don't know for sure how that's going to transpire, but this information.
I don't know, somebody must be
Okay.
unmuted, it shouldn't be.
Randy is.
You want me to get it?
Try to find a case that we can use as a reference when I'm trying to come up with a lease for the concrete stockpile north of Lincolnville. So hopefully by next week we have something back to do on that. As far as the rock gradations, I did give gradations back from the stuff that was hauled last week, and it was very comparable to what they originally sent out. So basically what they were bringing out is what we thought it was supposed to be. So, but then that has to do with the hard rock things too. I checked with Harshman and Woodbine. Basically, if you want clean rock, which would be washed, it costs you about another $2.50 a ton. So, you know, based on a 25-ton load, that's another $62 per load, not including anything else. So, I really don't think we need washed material, but we can get some, maybe larger gradations, whatever else to deal with that. But I just think that's probably a little more than what we need to do, especially with budget. But obviously, if you go otherwise. Probably the biggest thing that I did was you got a copy of my 5-year plan. I should say Road and Bridges 5-year plan. I kind of made it up so that everyone in the county would have an idea of what's going on. There's a lot of information in there that obviously the commission knows about, but some of the people out in the county may not be familiar with. So, I mean, if you want, just to be quick about it, I know you guys have a lot of stuff going through. I really don't expect to be able to go through everything today. The one that I just kind of want to go through and get the highlights, and then obviously whether it's down the road a week or two or whatever else, you know, maybe we can talk more about this. I mean, between the COVID and the health insurance, I think those two are probably a little bit more important than this. But mainly just talk about on the third page, I guess, of the
I took it back because I couldn't see your screen. You didn't share it?
It talks about, you know, the 954 square miles in this county. We have a lot to cover between the 200 miles of paved roads and 800 miles of gravel roads with 600 miles of dirt roads. So $7 million doesn't go an awful long way. I go on to page 4.
All right, just talk, hey, Bryce, just go a little slow.
Obviously, you know, we've got 200 miles of paved roads, but we're definitely in some reconstruction construction or heavy work that needs to be done. And, obviously, like I said before, you can't build a house without a solid footing, but,
Bryce.
you can't build a road without a good base too. Yes,
Tina asked to go a little bit slow.
okay.
I didn't have my mic on anymore, so.
It's okay.
I was trying to-
So it's page 4.
What is on page 4?
5, page 5. down
What
to
is
the
what is
base,
on page 4?
Was the paved roads. Back up, go back up,
There we go. Thank you.
go back up.
Right here, paved roads.
Paved roads, there you go.
Okay.
Down the bottom.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Basically just talking about, we run 200 miles of paved roads, and, we've got a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done on them, obviously, restricted by budget also. And then, of course, I said before, you can't build a house without a solid footing, you can't build roads without a good base. So unfortunately, that's where we're, really hurting out there, is just no base to be able to support these loads.
We're still up on that display.
So, going on to the next page, we talked about base and sub-base problems. So let me go down.
So if she gives you back presentation, do you think you can control it?
Yep,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay. Because it's still up on the monitor on our screens.
Right.
So.
I'm out of it, I think.
Is that what she's working on?
Base and sub-base, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, do you want, you'll have to take over the screen then, Bryce, if I turn it over to you.
Diane's.
Then you'd have to share it.
Yeah, on page 68.
Oh, there she is.
Yes, page 68 of the packet. So, I mean, I can keep going this way unless,
All right. Did you say that again?
what I'm saying is, if I make Bryce the presenter, he's gonna have to take some steps to share his screen,
Oh, okay.
and so that people can see it.
He can't use what's on your screen.
No, because when I take it off of me being a presenter, then the packet will disappear, because that's on my screen.
I
And
thought-
he would have to show it.
Thought last week.
Yeah, he should be able to, but he has to share his screen to make it work.
Oh, okay.
So, do you wanna try it, Bryce?
You hear that, Bryce?
What's that?
Do you want to try to share your screen? Or
Do you want me to make you the presenter?
Okay. It won't allow me down to the bottom to share my screen, so.
Okay, well-
What's up?
I have to make you the presenter.
Yeah, she's got to make you the presenter first.
Okay, so,
Okay.
Okay.
all right, now you should be able to, still have the packet and share it.
There you go. You got it.
Okay.
Do you have the packet available electronically? I don't think he has it on his screen. Sharon had it on hers last week. Yeah, we see your screen. I think it's probably better if I just do that.
Okay. You see all that?
Yep.
Yep,
Okay. Like I said, just hit some highlights because I know it'll take a long time to go through everything, but, I talked about paved roads with, basically 200 miles of paved roads. We have, based on these 6 to 8 inches of hot mix they consider a paved road, we don't have an awful lot of roads that meet that criteria. Most of ours are sealed and stuff like that. And then, of course, the old adage is you can't build a house without solid footing. Well, you can't build a road without a good base. So, like I kind of talk about all the stuff involved in the roads, the different kind of processes that we can do to try to work with them.
Bryce?
Obviously, yeah.
Can you zoom in where getting close to paragraph size?
It says I'm up to
you want me to just share the screen?
Oh, how's that?
Yeah, it's better. You got it.
Alright, like I go through here, I talk about hot in place recycling, cold in place recycling. All these things are, can be dealt with pavements as well as bases, but the more operation we do, obviously the more money it takes. So basically what's the best alternative is what you're looking for outcome and budgets. Talk about base and sub-base problems. Obviously, if we're talking about putting a 2-inch lift on 90th, that should last reasonably well based on the amount of traffic, but traffic and weather and everything else really depends on how that pavement will last. Whether it may be the last couple of years depending on conditions, but it may be 10 to 20 years. Unfortunately, when we put it down now, we hope that down the road it does perform well. So talk about unpaving road. That's basically what the new terminology is, to take old asphalt roads and basically mix them back up and turn them back into gravel. We can also do the full depth recycle, which we talked about doing on Nighthawk. The biggest problem we got is trying to turn those roads back to asphalt is because of trying to get rid of that wet junk soil underneath the base to work on. So obviously talking about existing pavements, we're currently set to have about $5.4 million in the budget for 2020, but it doesn't take much for us to eat up that project, eat up that money. We get $500,000 a year for asphalt, and we're going to spend almost half of it on 90th. But we were very fortunate, because I think that's a very good price for what we're doing. We also talked about when we're out blade patching, which can take us. I think last year we spent 2.5 months trying to get caught up on blade patching. It covers up several soft spots, but it's only a Band-Aid. Here's the list that I actually gave the commission back in October of 19, talking about the approximate money it would take to try to get through some of these projects. Getting down the bottom, it's over $24 million, like we talked about before, with the $5.4 million in the account right now. And I believe last year there was no money transferred into it, and in the past it's been approximately $1 million every year. Well, putting that back into perspective, it makes it kind of tough to take care of some of these issues the way we need to for a long-term effect. We continue to put the Band-Aids on them of blade patching and sealing and stuff to that effect. So down below here's my key as to what I kind of said on what we needed to do for some of these roads. The ones that are zeros, basically we don't really need to do anything with them now. We may put them in the chip sealing down the road too, but right now they're holding up real well. So like I said, basically the problem we face is where do we put the money to get the most out of that money. So like I said, there's a lot of information in those spreadsheets. If it comes up as red, I believe the electronic copy shows red. That's the ones that were really in danger of losing those roads because of poor pavement and base problems. So we go back down to maintenance. After that, two options we have for maintenance are chip sealing and crack sealing. Chip sealing is, I will show you here in a little while. We've actually got chip seal set up for the next 4 years, our plan. Crack sealing hasn't been done much in the past, but it is something that can be beneficial. Really the best time to do that is later in the fall or early in the spring when it's colder out, because the crack is actually wider. You can get more material down there, but again, whether it's chip seal or crack seal, it is only preventative maintenance, and we still need to worry about that stuff full time down the road. Right after that is our 4-year plan to get the chip seals on those roads. We're looking at 33.5 miles this year. We already have the material in stock that was scheduled for last year that we didn't get to, and so we have the material. So all we have to do is the oil. Now we're currently working to the fact is I've come up with a schedule whether we can try to get this stuff, in our own forces, or whether we turn around and contract this out. There's obviously, typically we can do it, the county forces can do it cheaper. But the problem is it takes at least another week, if not 2 weeks longer, depending on how many miles compared to what a contractor can do. So where's the direct versus indirect cost as to whether it's more beneficial? A lot of that depends on the weather between now and then. If we continue to have these wet times and everything else, it makes it more difficult for our trucks. And unfortunately, you can't do the sealing when it's wet out also. So it's kind of a double whammy when it comes to that. So, like I said, almost every mile in the county is represented here somewhere for the chip seal. Obviously, we can take one from 1 year and go back or forward, whatever we need to, so we can figure out, again, where's the best place we can put that money. Chip sealing typically costs about $15,000 a mile for materials only. So we've got the labor and the equipment figured into those other line items also, but again, it does very little to make the payments better. It just extends the inevitable larger expense of major work. Here's another thing, when we go on to gravel roads. Marion County sits with a tremendous amount of gravel roads of 800 miles with only $900,000 to try to cover them, and obviously $200,000 for reconstructions. So, currently we're running rock anywhere from $8 to $12 locally. We go, obviously the Woodbine or the quarries east of there, the freight goes up dramatically. Mother Nature hasn't been nice. But to put this in perspective, 800 miles of road gives you 4,224 linear feet of road. Placing rock 2 inches thick and 20 foot wide is very conservative because some of our roads are over 28, 30 feet wide. That gives you 14 million cubic feet of rock, which at 130 pounds per cubic foot adds up to 917,030 tons. That would essentially be how much rock it would take to put rock 2 inches thick, 20 feet wide on every gravel road we had. So you put that into context on dollar-wise, that's over $7 million to rock at $8 a ton, not including haul. So it's, like I said, at $900,000, it doesn't go very far. But if you take the 800 miles, the $900,000 divided by 800 miles means we're roughly spending $1,125 per mile on the road. So it's really tough to try to keep up with that. Typically we have 5 dump trucks. Like I said, currently we're hiring a contractor to try to get caught up on that as well as we can. So, but again, every time that we contract out that stuff, that costs us even more out of the budget, but it's a required, something we need to do right now. So, probably the biggest issue that I think we need to address, and unfortunately due to the budget again too, is I've said all along that we really need to go in and redo some of these roads. Well, majority of the roads. We have reshaping ditches, cleaning or installing culverts, tree removal, removing false shoulders, and reshaping the road to 4% is the best way to go, and you will have a tremendous amount of reduction in the amount of rock and maintenance that's needed. But that's what we face, that $200,000 just doesn't go very far. The other problem we have is some of our roads have been made pretty wide. They're 28, 30, 32 feet wide, being gravel roads, and they don't need to be that wide. So the wider they go, we basically go from maybe 2 passes clear up to 4 passes to try to maintain that. And then, of course, if we go back and reconstruct everything, we use a good average of 1 week per mile with 4 to 5 employees, depending on what that needs, how much work needs to be done. Reconstruction obviously does cost a lot of money. This is what's been historical cost in the past, has been base rock, cover rock, and then sand. The base rock is put down and hopefully kind of driven down and established into the base. Then we come back and put an inch and a quarter rock on top of it. And then we put sand back on it because sand is very, very good. It does not absorb moisture. But, and it also allows it to be maintained very well, but it's not very good for the structural capacity of trying to build up a road. So if we take $200,000 and divide by 14,000, it gives us roughly 14 miles a year that we can budget to get those taken care of. One of the things that we can look at is reducing the amount of rock roads. Rock roads are obviously very important, but if we do get rid of them, it's very difficult and time consuming because we have to go before the public to try to close or vacate roads. So we've talked about bringing in the hard rock. We've done a little bit of that. It's performing well, which we knew it would. But the biggest problem with the hard rock is plain and simple, it costs us a tremendous amount more. So where's the trade-off between that cost of what it costs to bring in there compared to how much better it wears or stays, whatever else? I think honestly, I think if we went in and reconstructed a bunch of these roads, I think it's going to be more benefit than the kind of rock we put on there, because rock degrades or whatever else is faster than anything else. But the main thing is if you get the water off the road and into the ditches where it's supposed to, and let it get out of there with clean culverts, you're going to solve an awful lot of problems. With that said, here's my rebuild 2021. This was a compilation of what the blade men wanted to do, as well as Jesse and I getting together. We've got a lot of tough areas across the county, and we've highlighted these areas. Now, we put these together for two years for a reason, because we want to try to get as much done as we can within the budget. Second of all, some of these areas that we look to reconstruct or rebuild, we feel that the crushed concrete that we will be getting this fall and into next spring will be very, very beneficial for that work. So again, here's just a list. This is 37 miles, which is typically areas more than the 28 to 30 that the budget would allow for 2 years. But for instance, like the limestone coming up here, Nighthawk going up here, we feel fairly confident that won't take a lot to do. The ditches are in fairly good shape, but we definitely need to worry about crown and rock. So again, that's for your information. It's pretty well rounded clear across the county, which is both good and bad. The farther we have to go, the more it takes, but we've also tried to group a bunch of the areas together in the same place. So going on to crushed concrete, I think again this is very, very going to be an excellent asset for us. We've got everything lined up. It's just a matter of getting the material off the pavement and into us, and then we'll crush it this fall or maybe into next spring, depending on how that whole process works. But again, I think crushed concrete is a very good choice, because it's right here in the middle. It's better than rock, and that's the cement that binds everything together. Makes the material harder. It's less absorptive to water, less dusty, and it would also be less expensive than quarry rock, because we can crush it to the size we want, all the way from 6 inches basically down to whatever else. We typically will not have as many of the binders and the small fillers in the bottom to make it a dirtier mix. So again, once it's set up, it's very, very good for a base. So we've got the first project in the middle. What's been removed, we're still trying to talk to Kate out with the other ones out there. We're pretty confident we'll have almost all of the metal and reinforcing steel removed based on what we've seen in the past. So on the dirt roads, we have 600 miles of dirt roads that unfortunately they don't get the same priority from paved roads down to gravel roads, but we still need to maintain these. The flooding this last year had just absolutely annihilated some of these roads. Water was overcrossed from several places where it was across from several hundred feet. Our culverts are damaged. Dirt's filled in the ditches, stuff to that effect. One thing that we do have the benefit is that we can go in, we can actually work on these in the wintertime, as long as conditions allow us, that it's not so muddy that we can't get in and out there and try to work. Even if it's froze out there, we still have rivers and stuff that are available that we can actually work on that. And like any other road, you give it a couple months or even a couple months into the spring, it will be tremendous how much better they're going to be. But again, they're just tough to work on because of priority. Some of the other issues is we've got some huge problems. One of them is on the Eagle between 160th and 170th. and another one's on Goldenrod between the 160th and 170th also. Tremendous amount of flooding there, and some of the roads have lost between 5 and 10 foot of dirt. We have to basically go in there, make temporary access to get farmers into the fields because it's just that bad just trying to get in there. Some of them have culverts on them, some of them have low water crossings, but I mean, based on what needs to be done, it is totally outside the realm of what we can do with our forces, so we'll have to hire contractors to do that. But again, it's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think we'd be hard pressed to come back and prove that last year was the only time that thing flooded based on what you see out there. As far as saying that this should be a FEMA thing. Basically, the feds have to, we have to prove to the feds with FEMA that it was caused by the floodings last year. So very difficult stance whether we have to pay for it ourselves or work with them to get that done. So some of the other big issues is it's so much easier to maintain our roads than it is structures, including bridges. We get $200,000 a year to work with culverts. We spend $50,000 to $80,000 plus or minus a year just for culverts. But we talk about bridges. A lot of them can run $250,000 on up, depending on size and location. Most of the federal money has been doled out to the states, and that isn't very much at this time. And I don't think anybody really knows. I think they're trying to get more money back into infrastructure, but it's a tough sell anyway you look at it. But based on the 2018 bridge inspection data, they've noted $9,510,000 of repairs to off-system bridges, as well as $1.19 million for rural system bridges, which are partially federally funded. That's over $10 million worth of work on structures, and again, we get $200,000 a year to work with. And where do we put that money? Does that mean the bridge is going to fall or collapse, whatever else? No. For the most part, if we ever get to that way, then the only thing we can do is just close the road, close the bridge or culvert, whatever else it is, and then try to figure out what's the best alternative, because safety is most important. We've got a lot of bridges across the county that are culverts, especially that are rated at 3 ton, which basically a 1 ton truck going across there is heavier than what they're supposed to be. But it's like anything else. I just hope and appreciate that people take it into consideration when they're going across there, so we can try to get them fixed here in the near future, based on budgets. Equipment-wise, we got $400,000 a year. We lost a lot of that money last year due to the overrun of the rock budget, which is understandable. Here's a spreadsheet of the dump trucks and motor graders we have at this time. Dump trucks, they've done a very good job in the past keeping up on them and doing a good job there. We do have 2 trucks here in the middle. One of them is a truck with a lot of miles on it. Another one is the Kenworth here that has the extra tag axle, but we just it doesn't really help us hauling any more material based on the bridge length on the wheelbase. So we would actually like to trade both of them or sell them and trade them in for a new haul truck and belly dump. It wouldn't cost, but at least we would be trading in 2 for 1. Going on down to the motor graders, as I'm going to say later on here, the replacement of our motor graders, you can see we get some up 16,000 or close to 16,000 hours. They're basically due for either total overhaul or replacement. And a total overhaul can run us $60,000 to $80,000 to get them rebuilt. And we still have the older machine, even though it's been rebuilt. Again, our dump truck fleet's in pretty good shape. If we can turn around and get a new haul truck and belly dump, like I talked about here, we feel that one good thing about it is our haul truck went down this year with radiator problems, and it was over 2 weeks it was down, and we couldn't haul any equipment. So another truck with the wet kit on the back would be able to fill in case there was a problem there. And then while it's not being involved in that, we can put a belly dump trailer on there, which would be like most of our independent contractors that have the bigger trucks, and we can get a belly dump to haul more material. We can definitely put that up against where we are now is the belly dumps versus our standard 10-wheelers to see what the costs essentially per ton or whatever it is per mile can add up to that. So, you know, a lot of our roads are not very conducive to the big long haul trucks, and I think that's the reason why a lot of the 10-wheelers, they kind of stuck with the 10-wheelers in the past.
Bryce?
Probably the biggest thing we're facing, yes.
Break this up just a second. Go around the room and see if there's a lot of information that you provided, and I just really thought that if you provided us some information, we would have time to digest it.
Yes.
I'm thinking we need to move on to the next items since we have this and we can read this.
Well, and I have no problem with that. That's what I said before. If you wanted to go over that, we can look at it later on. I totally understand. So,
Right.
yeah.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but we do have a few other items that probably require some urgent attention
Yep.
today.
We probably need
Yeah.
to schedule
So,
a special
okay,
meeting
yeah,
for
and
sometime
honestly,
down the road.
other than this, that's all I really had for you. So,
Okay.
other than meeting with Brad on that possible litigation issue.
Brad is here, but I think we probably should hold that off till the end of meeting day, because jumping back and forth between the go-to
Sure.
meetings can get a little tricky, so we can try to condense it down into the one part of the day.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just be listening in, so when you want to do that, just let me know.
Okay.
All right?
Randy?
If any of you have any questions, feel free to get a hold of me or whatever you want to do.
Right. Yeah. What happened?
Okay, hang on a second, I kicked my mic in, hang on.
Oh, Lord.
So, but anyway, that's all I have if you didn't have anything else.
All right, go ahead and speak from here, but without the mic.
Without the mic.
Yeah, because I think your mic is picking up here,
Okay.
back here.
Bryce, what is the condition of the rock that's going out today? Is it still with a lot of the screens, the hard rock?
Did you catch that, Bryce?
I think he's gone.
No, I did not.
Oh,
Okay. What is the condition of the screen, of the hard rock that's going out right now? I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, let me try it. Let me go. I'm gonna kill my mic. There you go.
Okay, let me see.
Take yours.
should I run downstairs and ask him?
Nope.
No. I'm hearing reports, Bryce, that the rock we're getting is nothing, a lot of screenings. Is it still a lot of screenings and everything?
Yeah, I'm just hearing little pieces, but nothing, no words at all.
Randy, or Bryce, he's asking that he's hearing a bunch of reports on Hard Rock with a bunch of screenings in it. Is that still going on, is what he asked.
We are not hauling any more hard rock at this time, and that's what I was telling you before. I ran gradations on what they originally sent us compared to what they brought out, and they were almost the same. So based on what they were sending us, it is what we're receiving. Yeah, we are currently not hauling any more rock until we can get the rest of these roads covered to get people in and out.
Okay, I'm going to.
Okay, we've heard that
This mic isn't working.
Okay.
We've heard that we're over budget. Where's the commission want to go? Before long, we'll be 600,000. We're already at 400,000, I think is what Bryce said. And where do we want to go? We got to give him some direction somewhere to either stop the hauling from, if it's mush coming out. I've seen some reports that the rock that I saw, person that worked for the state that's got rock qualifications, started squeezing it and making mud balls out of it. If we're getting nothing but mud balls, I don't want that either. So, I don't know, Commissioner.
So, the question is on whether we need to continue. I don't know if anybody's hearing all this, so I'm going to just relay it out. The question is with budget concerns and product
It's on the road.
reliability, I guess, is do we need to stop for a while to analyze the budget?
Yeah.
It's a commission conversation, I guess. I suppose we can bring that back up.
Yeah, we can. But, so,
I mean-
Are you talking about rock hauling in general?
yes,
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
but, you know, I see the struggles with that and the thoughts, because our whole main purpose is public health and safety. And your piece of that pyramid is the foundation to it, to make sure we can get everybody everywhere, so.
Yeah.
We
understand that. Yeah.
we've gotta,
No problem with that.
we've gotta really, we gotta have a discussion, so.
Well, I have no problem with that, that's why I brought it up, is we're probably looking at the $400,000 range already. So, and based on that, if that's what the commission wants me to do, I'll get rid of our contract trucks and go back to just, invest hauling with our trucks and just taking care of the big concerns. I mean, I don't know what else I can do.
I agree.
Yeah, Randy says he agrees, the discussion needs to be had, so I think we will have that discussion later on during,
Okay.
our commission discussion.
Okay. Well, like I said, if that's what you want to do, just let me know, and I'll let the other ones know, and, you know, like I said, we'll get back to hauling just in the really bad spots where we need them, so.
Right.
Sounds good to me, just let me know.
Are we,
Thank you, Bruce.
Randy says thank you, Bryce.
Yep.
Anybody else? Okay. All right, so, yep, thanks, Bryce. We'll,
Okay, thanks.
move on to the employee health insurance, right? That's probably time sensitive.
Okay, and I think Sally was gonna try to present some information.
Okay.
So can you check, I didn't turn my mic back on.
Okay, Sally, are you there to present?
I may have to get her to say.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, yep.
Okay, fantastic.
Now, do
Well,
you want to take the, do you want to take the
Controls?
controls?
I would be happy to if that's easy to do.
Yeah, just give me a
Yeah,
moment.
Tina will,
You'll have to share your screen then, Sally, okay? If you have your presentation up on your screen.
so yeah, you'll have to share your screen once you have the controls, your button down towards the middle on the bottom. Should light up, and it says screen. Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Okay, I believe I got that set. And here we go.
Okay.
Is everyone ready?
Yes, now if you can enlarge it to where it takes most of your screen, because it gets pretty small.
Okay.
Probably a step
Will that
above
work or?
Go a little bit above that. Or quite a bit above that. You're looking at more of a 200%.
Okey-dokey.
All right,
Will that work for you all?
Yep.
Yep, I believe so. So that way we can stay in the same paragraph as you're going.
Okay, sounds very good. So anyone let me know if you can't hear or if you have questions as we're going along here.
Can
My
everybody,
name is Sally Petro.
everybody hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay, everyone, my name is Sally Tetro, and I've been with Gallagher. We do employee benefits, a lot of times with public sectors, particularly with counties. We're the third largest in the world, but we're locally fierce, and so I just work local. I'm just able to pull on the resources from the other employees that we have throughout. And before I was at Gallagher for 6 years, I was at Blue Cross for 13 years, just to give you an idea of where I'm coming from. And so what I did is I put together an analysis for particularly the medical insurance, but some other lines as well, just to see how we can better combat the increase that we're facing. I'm sure you may remember the information that I'm gathering that Bruce has presented that showed that we had a lot of claims this year, and in fact our loss ratio was coming in at about 153%, and essentially that just means that for every premium dollar paid in, Blue Cross paid out about $1.53 in claims. And so that's why they were super excited to give a somewhat level renewal, and that also goes for these others, because the tough part is when you're marketing for insurance is when your plan is going well because there's not high claims going on, then not only do you get usually a fair renewal from your incumbent carrier, but also other carriers want your business too, because when you're hot, and when you're not, you're not. And so that's kind of what we'll see as we go through this. That's essentially the main reason we're not getting a lot of interest this year. But I wanted to go through this, what I have in front of you. And so we'll go ahead and move on to page number 1. Most of the pages are labeled except for the very first cover page and a few towards the very back. So for this, let me decrease it just a little bit so I can show you what I'm looking at. Okay, so for this page 1 that you'll see, I'm going to try something a little bit different. I hope you don't mind. Will that work for you all? I think that's still a little small, but wanted to be able to show a little bit more. I'll explain what this page is, and then I'll zoom it in a little bit. So on this page number 1, this is our current medical plan with Blue Cross. It did not include the dental. The dental was shown separately. And so for the information on the left column, these are not all the benefits that Blue Cross or the other carriers cover. These are just most commonly asked about benefits. We've got our deductible, our co-pays, our prescription drugs, and so on. And then on the second section, you'll see renewal up at the top. So this shows your current benefits and the renewal rate down towards the bottom, which you're aware of as well already. And it shows in bold any changes that there are. So this page not only shows the current plan with the renewal rate, but it also shows on the right side the option 1. And so I'm not going to go over a great deal of what you already have because you're probably already aware of that. But if anyone has questions, I would probably be good to ask those. But you'll see that the first step over in the Blue Cross plan, a couple of differences. There is an increase in the deductible, and there's also the increase in the co-insurance. So people get to their maximum out-of-pocket faster because instead of only paying 20% after the deductible, they pay 50% up to the co-insurance maximum amount. And then, as you know, on the increases, one of the reasons why I'm here talking to you today is because we were looking at that 21.5% increase. And that is certainly not ideal. Increasing it to have the 50% co-insurance and increased deductibles brings the plan to a 14.6. Again, this is just a refresher to what's already likely been shared with you all. Does anyone have questions before I move on to page number 2?
Nope.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move on to page number 2. And this plan, this is actually just a reference point on the contribution. So you'll be able to see that Marion County medical and pharmacy, and this also has been full, included down at the bottom for these exhibits. So the Blue Cross current, this is for the May of 2019 through the end of this April, shows our current enrollment, but it shows the current premiums as well, and the cost share. That's broken down. This is 5%, but it also shows the dollar amount here. The purpose of this page is so that you can compare that to the other pages when looking at upcoming budgets. If you want me to tick these up and down, the column over on the right side that shows the different percentages, which will automatically translate and change these numbers down at the bottom for the employee cost share or the employer cost share, to see what that does to the budget, depending on what route you're wanting to take with the final decision. So on any of these pages, or this page will show how to do that and tick those up and down to speed. So for example, on page number 3, we'll go ahead and move on to that, shows that first Blue Cross renewal plan. So the page directly before this, which was page number 2, shows this plan, but it has a current rate. This next page number 3 here shows the new rates, assuming if we were to keep everything the same, except for that one change, which increases the emergency room copay to $250. This is assuming that the contribution percent remains the same, not the dollar amount. So again, if it's something that this plan is selected, we can easily put these arrows up and down on the right side. If you need to fool around with those to get to the right budget that you need, that's the happy medium between the employer and the employee. So with that said, I have one more of these pages before we'll move on to the next spreadsheet. And this next page here is the Blue Cross option 1 that increases the deductible 1 step up, and it changes the co-insurance from 20% to 50%, as well as the emergency room copay to $250. So the contract count is as all the others. This is an assumption, so this will not likely happen if this plan is chosen, because some folks might decide that they want to go to a different deductible, maybe up or down, depending on their comfort level with exposure and depending on the premium that has changed per paycheck. And again, we can easily change those to see what changes down here at the bottom without going through a lot of calculations. Already that's built in there. So what we have next on that page number 5, we have the same Blue Cross renewal on the left side, and then we have the option 2 plan. So the option 2 plan increases the maximum out of pocket to $4,500 for the first, let me rephrase that please. Let me correct myself, the co-insurance maximum. So the co-insurance maximum is technically until the maximum out of pocket. So what you'll see in the bold print on the right side for the option 2 Blue Cross is offering is simply the maximum out of pocket divided, the maximum out of pocket subtracted by the deductible, which gives us the maximum co-insurance amount. Now keep in mind if there are any co-pays, whether they're prescriptions or if they're office visit co-pays, all those also accumulate towards this maximum out of pocket. So a couple of other changes that Blue Cross is offering with this option one, we've got the $70 copay for specialists. And then of course that $250 copay for the emergency room. The coinsurance max, of course, is that till the maximum out of pocket. On all the Blue Cross plans, the deductible and coinsurance are in tandem, so there's not any benefit that is only subject to coinsurance. So you've seen these rates before. This one is offered at a 16.7% increase. The next page, page number 6, shows the same thing. If the percent of the contribution remains as is, those bottom numbers would be the increase overall annually to both Marion County and to the employees. The overall cost being an increase of that 76 on all plans, the medical and the prescription and the dental. So what we have after that is Blue Cross's option number 3. This plan is quite drastic, but it still covers the same benefits like all of these plans do. Increases the deductible. After the deductible is met, the member pays 50% of that coinsurance up to a maximum of the $48.50. Again, on these coinsurance limits, it's simply the maximum out of pocket, which is also higher, subtracted by the deductible, which gives us that coinsurance maximum. Most times, people treating would not have this full maximum because they have other office visit co-pays and drug co-pays accumulating towards that maximum out of pocket. This plan gives us the most attractive increase out of all the plans, 3.7%. However, the benefits are quite drastic compared to the current. We are in different times with all things happening around us that we didn't see happening a month or two ago. So some of these things might need to be realized, especially with potentially furloughs, which many clients are making that happen just to at least help out in the near future. So we have this Blue Cross option 3, shows the new current rates on page number 8 on the right column. If we kept the same percentages of payment, it shows the full impact to the employees and to the county. Okay, so those are a couple things before I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and then I'll go to the other options. And so one of the things that I wanted to bring up is that during the time that we have to make a change in benefits because of these high increases, a lot of times employers will start to offer flexible spending accounts, or at least advertise more the benefits to doing so. So now maybe I have a $500 deductible, and maybe I have to switch to a $1,500 deductible. At least if I use a flexible spending account, because I know I'm going to have some things treated for, I know I'm going to have to use some money, because during open enrollment, I always go back and look to see how many out-of-pocket costs I had. And it's usually over $1,000, and I think I might need a little bit more because my deductible has increased, and also, which is somewhat new to the world in the flexible spending accounts, is that we can roll over $500. So if I'm not sure if I'm ready for the FSA, I can at least designate $500, and if I don't use it, I can at least roll it over to the next year when I do need to use it. And so many benefits with a flexible spending account, it's essentially a prepaid tax-free loan by your employer. And the reason I say that is because this money is available to the employees on day one, and then they slowly pay it back out of their paycheck in equal installments throughout the year. So there's good and bad with that. If I work for Marion County and I go have surgery on May 1st, I use my $1,500, this is an average contribution, I can actually have up to $2,750 in the year 2020, so I can designate that much. But if I only designate $1,500, then I can use that on May 1st for my surgery, and then I fully pay back the county throughout the next year. So the downside is that if I quit or get fired July 1st, I don't have to pay back the county. But in reverse, if I have extra money in my SSA and I don't use it and I quit or get fired, regardless of what time of the year it is, then the county just keeps that money. So sometimes employers choose to have a longer waiting period on SSA if they are worried about that exposure and risk. But most of the time it's just the same as the others because counties tend to have usually low turnover, I'll say. And so I'll go through this really quick here. This is the assumption that maybe 25% of our employees, so I just did a guess of around 25 employees participate. The average contribution is $1,500 per person, or a total of $37,500. And because this money comes out before taxes are taken out, we are avoiding FICA, Medicare tax, FUTA, workers' comp, and the total taxes will be over $3,000. To administer the cost, this is by Surancy that we're looking at here. Surancy is also your vendor, I believe, for vision plans. So they charge per employee per member $4.45. So even though there is a fee, which this is the low fee, assuming we have valid email addresses, then there is a fee here. So we take the total tax savings subtracted by the fees, and you get a savings overall. So not only is there a little bit of a tax savings, but also the employees are able to use their money that hasn't been taxed for medical expenses. So depending on tax brackets, could be anywhere between 25 and 40%. If I use my SSA, it's actually not a full out-of-pocket that I'm paying for. In other words, if I pay $1,000 in medical through my SSA, then it only feels like about $750 at most, because it's not going through the tax machine. So there's one thing that we can help battle the high increase, depending on the plan that you're looking at, is a flexible spending account. So moving on, we're going to switch gears a little bit back. We're going to change the view just a little bit here so it's a little reduced, so we can leave this a little bit back here for just a minute. Okay, so on page number 10, we have Aetna. And Aetna was not excited about getting business this year, and they were not giving a competitive quote on the table. So I won't waste a lot of time. They put a plan similar to what we have in place on the table, and this is using Western Network, so few would be affected because
Page 10.
the local hospitals there are in that particular network, and they are offering a staggering 58.6% increase. So I'm not going to waste your time and go through anything else with Aetna, but I will say that, as you can see on the next page, it shows that increase to all categories, whether it's total employee only or employer paid, breaking down. So not attractive on this plan whatsoever. The next plan we have is from United Healthcare. Again, we've got our benefits most commonly acted out on the left side, and then we've got the Blue Cross current and renewal. And then on the far right side, we have, actually I'm showing you two plans from United Healthcare. This is the first step. So it says step number 1 on the upper right-hand corner. And again, it's on page number 12. So very similar to the current plan. This plan, however, has maximum out of pocket that's the same, but the co-insurance increases up to that maximum out of pocket, which is standard in the marketplace. A couple of other differences. We've got somewhat similar medication copays, not enough to really make a big difference. United Healthcare does have some influence on the lowest copay, even though they should be in the higher copays like Blue Cross, because they just have a different approach to treating diabetics. They feel like there's a better long-term cost and maintenance of those that are treating for diabetes with insulin, for example, so they have a lower copay. So that they have more access to getting those medications that they need. A couple of other quick things here is there's a 0 kid copay for kids under 19, and they have 2 different copays for specialists. If it's designated specialist shows to have better long-term results, they have the same $35 copay, $45 if they're in the network, but not in that designated category. And then for the emergency room, it's just a $100 copay than co-insurance. So a little bit different to what we currently have in place. But again, this premium is not attractive, so we're not going to spend any more time on this unless there are objections. Page number 13 also shows that contribution split, the total rate here. These dental plans are actually one of the Delta plans that we'll cover in a few minutes. And that's on the Aetna and United plan. What I do want to talk to you a little bit about, but what we'll go over now is the United Healthcare Set 2 option, which, let me see, is on page number 14. Numbered at the bottom. So we have our same Blue Cross plan, current and renewal rates at the bottom. And then we've got 2 plans from United Healthcare. So these plans have a $5,000 deductible. Bear with me here for a little bit. And this is not, at any rate, we'll go through this and there's a purpose to this. So after deductible, members pay 20% like they do today. And then they have a maximum co-insurance, which is simply the maximum out of pocket subtracted by the deductible to get that maximum co-insurance. Not a big deal, but that's a little bit different than what it is today. And for the primary advantage, which is the plan on the left side for the United Healthcare plan, has $0 copay to see your primary care physician. And it has a $100 copay to see a specialist. There's no referrals required, and the network is open access. The emergency room is similar to what Blue Cross's plan is going to. Urgent cares have a $50 copay. On the United Healthcare prescription plan for this first set, there's a $5 copay or $50 copay for the lowest tier medication. If there is a more expensive medication needed, there's a $250 individual prescription deductible, and then the members pay $100 or $250. So that is a primary advantage plan, and that's well liked because the lower costing medications are very inexpensive, and there's a $0 copay for the primary care physician. So there's several other pages that I'm going to bring in the loop with this to help explain it. So bear with me, please. On the second option, this is a qualified high deductible health plan. Qualified means that it is eligible under the IRS to exist with a health savings account. So we'll talk through a health savings account in just a moment, but right now the plan that makes it eligible means that there is no front dollar coverage except for preventive care. And you all have been talking about the COVID-19, well, the testing for that is covered at 100% for any of your carriers under the preventive care. And so for the qualified high deductible health plan, everything first is met by a deductible, and then there's co-insurance on the medical up to that maximum. On your prescription drugs, the same applies. There's just a deductible, and then there are co-pays that apply. So these plans get the plans down to a more acceptable premium, but they're still not as low as the Blue Cross option 3. I'm going to explain a couple of other things, and then I will round this all up for you. So this next page here, page number 15, it is the United Healthcare, that 2, and if the percentage of contribution remains the same, which I know that it's set on a dollar amount, so that could easily be adjusted, but it's whatever we need to do to find that happy medium, we can pull that together. Again, this is an estimate on contract counts. I applied more on that lower, or the co-pay plan, because there's a lot of folks that feel a comfort level with co-pays. And so they tend to gravitate towards the co-pay plan until they're better understanding on the qualified plans. The qualified plans are maybe what was in place, I'll say back 30, 40 years, because it was just a deductible and co-insurance. It kept things simple in a world of health insurance. It was as simple as it got, and the purpose is to get that health savings. So on that qualified high deductible health plan, like that second option in that second set by United Healthcare, the purpose is to be able to save money tax-free, like a flexible spending account, but these are not the use it or lose it. So our flex plan, you can roll over $500, but these are never use it or lose it. So if I am laid off, then I can use this money to pay for COBRA. Or when I turn 65, if I haven't used it yet, and maybe I have saved up $10,000 in my account, I can use that to pay Medicare supplement plans. So there are a lot of good things to be able to use with this. I can use it for my deductible and co-insurance and things like that. There's a lot of information on this page. I'm just going to narrow down a few of them. One of them is the contribution. So for 2020, as a single person on the plan, I can put into my health savings account as much as $35.50, and these change every calendar year, even though our deductible does not change, but once every May 1st. Family can put in as much as $7,100 each calendar year. If someone is between 55 to 65, not eligible for Medicare, they can put in an additional $1,000 or $2,000. If there is husband and wife on the plan that's over 55. There's minimum deductibles, maximum deductibles, and things of that nature, which are required by the IRS to be able to have a qualified plan. There's some other items that are not part of it, but still the Affordable Care Act requires that our normal plans today, like the plan that we're on today, cannot have a maximum out of pocket of $73.50. And I'll say that the mean is $5,000, if not $63.50 out there right now for the maximum out of pocket. And down below that shows the 2020 SSA limit of the $27.50. So this is just an extra tool. The health savings account and the flexible spending account are just extra tools so that you can use your money that hasn't been taxed for qualified medical expenses. Just a way to save that 25%. There's one other item, not trying to make this as complicated as possible, but this is one thing that we are able to do a lot of savings with group, and then I will round out my recommendation after that. So a health reimbursement arrangement is reimbursement by Marion County if some members exceed a certain deductible. And this is to pay less premium when there's only maybe 10 people exceeding that deductible. So for those 10 people, and I'm using an example here, Marion County pays an amount over a deductible. So let me walk through this, and then let me know if there's any questions on this. And this is not what we're going to, but it's thinking outside the box when it gets to that point. So for this first portion here, we see our current deductible option, $500, $1,000, $1,500. We're showing that United Healthcare plan, $5,000. And then we have our current premium with the current deductible, the renewal premium with the current deductible. And then we have our annual premium with the new plan deductible, showing you the differences between those two and the savings. The increased annual premium compared to the same plan at that 21.5% increase is close to $200,000. And the increase with the higher deductible is less than $100,000. So overall, it is an increase, but it's not as much as about half the increase as the others. So down below here, we show the number of employees currently enrolled, single family, total of 90. This new plan deductible shows $5,000 or $10,000. The employee responsibility for this example, we show $2,800. And the reason for this is because on those two option plans, if it makes sense to also offer a flexible spending account for those on option 1, or a health savings account for those on option 2, with those limits that we saw on the previous page set by the IRS and the Affordable Care Act, the $2,800 would not expose the county to having any members that were double dipping, in other words. So if we set it at $2,800, which is again higher than we have today by a fair amount, and it shows the employer responsibility as well as the employer responsibility. Hopefully with this $2,800, we would have employees starting to put in a little bit instead of putting account for their health savings account. So with that, it shows the total risk. If every member were to have that exposure, that is the risk. But realistically, from what we have seen on the national average is 20%, it's 30%. Assuming something high, that's likely not to happen, but could happen. And then it also shows the HRA administrative fee. The first year setup is waived, is what that is explaining. And the $5 is just the contract there. So the savings is from that risk minus the fees. So that's overall the savings to be expected if going with one of these plans. So I did the calculation, and even though this doesn't seem like a horrendous idea, and a lot of employers have gone to this, may not be the best route, but bear with me for just another minute here. Something that we also have groups offering the same time that we're switching to these plans with higher deductibles, so the premium is lower, is to offer their employees what's called a 3-in-1 combo worksite plan. You may already be offering some of these plans. This combines all three. The premium is not excessive, and it just covers, I'll say, somewhat minimal, but it has a lump sum payment of $5,000. If I were to get, say, cancer, then with my $5,000 that I get from Guardian, I can do whatever I want with it, the premium's taken out after taxes, but ideally it could be used to pay for some of my expenses. And it shows the rates down at the bottom there. So this could be offered in addition to those others. It doesn't need to be. That said, for the medical plans, and I've got a few other things I want to cover, dental, and just a few other minor things. I would recommend the Blue Cross option 3, and even that is a change and would have some noise from employees, but realistically, there's a lot of people that are without jobs now, and so these are all valid covered benefits. And so I'll go ahead and move on to the dental here shortly. Here we go, and this is on page number 19. So our current and renewal insurance, dental insurance through Blue Cross shows that we are on what's called a building block dental, and that does not have an annual maximum, and it does not have an annual deductible. It pays 100% on preventive services. Basic, the major is paid at 50%. So major includes things like inlays, root canals, dentures, bridges, things like that. And so it shows our dental separate here, which is a 5% increase. On your utilization for Blue Cross, it's actually low at about 67%. So you would think that it wouldn't be a full 5%. At any rate, Delta is offering a couple of different options. This first option here offers 2 different networks. So if I have a dentist that is PPO in their network, they are also a premier network dentist. But the reason why it's important if they're PPO is because I get better coverage for the benefits. I pay less out of pocket. And these plans do have a $25 deductible, or $75 at most for 3 or more persons in a family. However, that does not include the preventive services. Preventive services are things like cleaning, x-rays, exams. I don't pay anything out of pocket for that. These plans have a maximum of $3,000 each calendar year, but we can set that to the plan year if that's better. And I'll say the median annual maximum for dental is $1,500. NFP plans, we see them at $2,000. And that's why you have a higher premium. And I'll also say that I'll have you turn a couple of pages. Page 21, you'll see your Blue Cross claim stratification specifically on the dental. Last year, you had 2 people that were just over $2,000 in dental costs. So you are paying more for unlimited benefits there when it's very likely not needed. As some of you may know, that sometimes for many, many years you might not need any dental care, but then sometimes they're pretty expensive when it does happen. So that's the pro and con. You will always get the network discount through any of the carriers. But here it shows the premium difference. So the difference between the Blue plan, Delta Dental, is that network. If I use a PPO Delta Dental dentist, then I pay less than on any of these other plans. Although on this major services, I do have a $25 deductible. And then on the premier dentist, I pay 20%. On the option 2 Delta Dental is similar to that, but again, the preventive, if I'm just going in a couple times a year to get my teeth cleaned, and maybe I occasionally, every couple of years, have a cavity or something like that, most of the time I'm not paying anything out of my pocket, and the premium is quite a bit less. Delta has the broader network, and in that top 25 dentists, that Blue Cross gave you a list of. I think there was maybe one that was not in network with Blue Cross. All of them are in network with Delta Dental. And so while we're just considering Delta Dental for a minute, a couple of things that they have changed in 2020. They have added the Right Start for Kids, which means that for any kids that need major services or basic services, they don't pay a deductible, and everything is covered at 100% for the kiddos, especially when they're growing up. It's important to get that good dental work. And then something else that's added is that there are unlimited cleanings. Sometimes people will be told by their dentist that they need to come see them once a quarter. Maybe it's for that more invasive scaling cleaning, which isn't fun, but needs to be happening because our oral health affects the rest of our body. Mayo Clinic reported that the plaque on our teeth is actually a direct correlation to the plaque in your heart. So get those teeth clean and keep them clean. The Delta Dental information is there, and then below that, I just have just our disclosures and information. I know that it takes a lot to consider. It's a big budget item, and so let me know what kind of questions you might have. I'll also say that a lot of our clients have asked how to work with the compliance as well as the FMLA with Family First Corona Response Act, and just the info on the furloughs and how to negotiate carriers when maybe there's just see a delay in premium payment. There's all kinds of clients that we work with, and sometimes that needs to be asked. So that's something that we have already been working on with others and have that readily available. And you see here, something else I wanted to show you really briefly is if you are inclined to make any of these elections, I'd be happy to walk along that path with you, and we can help Tina and Ashley in regards to communications. We can do WebExes, the benefit guides and PDF, so people can kind of see how that works. You can pull this up on your smartphone in case you're away from the office and maybe it's, 6 a.m. in a city that you're not familiar with. It can kind of explain how you can find urgent care facilities or emergency rooms and all kinds of information. So this is a website we also put together for our clients, and it just explains different benefits that automatically come with it, or if anyone has questions to this complicated subject of employee benefits and health insurance. So I would recommend Blue Cross option 3, and at least put in a flexible spending account if that's not already there, and offer something like Guardian. That 3-in-1 package is nice because sometimes I don't know if I'm going to have an accident, I don't know if I'm going to come down with something. We're all getting older, so sometimes things happen, and that package plan makes it easy to decide. And it works very nicely with the out-of-pocket expenses. And then I would select one of the Delta Dental plans. Thoughts, questions, concerns?
Anybody got anything to say?
Thank you.
I do like the Blue Cross option 3.
Diana's saying she does like the option 3.
I do like the Delta Dental because.
That's correct. So my recommendation would be to select Blue Cross option 3. We can help present that to employees, whether it's remotely or whatever works that you'd like. We can set up a benefit guide and WebEx to explain things and help Tina and Ashley if you want. In addition to the Blue Cross option 3, because of it's just a premium increase, I would also recommend offering a flexible spending account and offering one of the Delta Dental plans.
Tina, we have some of those flexible
Right.
accounts, don't we?
You
Some people do take advantage
your-
of them, right?
hit your mic.
My thing's not up. I've been out for a while, I said a
No,
lot.
I can still see you.
John,
I
I'm
can't
sorry,
see
can you
anything.
repeat what she said? For some reason, I can't hear her very well.
Yeah, she is,
This mic?
no, the other mic.
See, I'm not on. I've just got her playing on the full screen. I
Okay.
don't have
Here,
it.
she's on.
On the bottom of your screen. is
That
there a
great
mic?
big one?
Yeah. There you go.
There.
There you go. She needed you to repeat what you said. She didn't hear it.
Oh, I was asking Tina.
Oh.
If, that we do already have certain people, or some people who do utilize flex, saving expense plan or so on in their healthcare, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do they kinda like that?
The people that use it, yes, they do like it. They know how to use it, and we generally don't have anyone, we remind them to use up their balance before the end of the period.
Yeah. Well, with the,
Hello, is there anything that I can help with? I'm not hearing anything.
so with the Blue Cross option 3, we still have Blue Cross, and the only thing that I see, and it's only a 3.7% increase versus the 21%, which is some savings. If I'm reading this right, which I think I am, it's a 3.7% total increase. Am I right, Sally?
I think you gotta get closer to your mic on your computer.
Yeah, it's right there on the bottom of the page, 3.7.
I think I'm reading it right.
Yeah.
Sally. My mic's green. Well, anyway, it's right there on the bottom of the page. It's only a 3, so that will save the county some, and the employees will still have their Blue Cross and Blue Shield. And then we can save quite a bit just in the premiums for the dental on Delta. I mean, I just think if we're gonna be conscious of our budget and stuff, this is still good coverage. Still gives the employees their Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and does save the county some money. I just think it's the smartest way to go.
And if you're looking at that, I can provide this back for you again. You already had reviewed all these when Bruce was here. So, you probably would wanna have that in front of you before you would make that decision.
Click your mic.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. I did look at that Bruce had provided earlier. I brought my whole book here. I'm just looking at the overall budget to be able to provide good coverage to our employees at a fair and reasonable price, especially going into this next year. I mean, their coverage is, Blue Cross and Blue Shield's cost is just, to me, unacceptable.
There you go.
I mean, I just don't think it would be responsible to go into a 21% price increase insurance when we have other options that are still very nice.
Did you have any other questions for Sally, or is she able to get off?
You have anything else for Sally?
I have nothing else for Sally, no.
You want to mute your mic?
Thank you, Sally. Is she gone?
I don't know. You got something? You can,
We do have some employees on, oh, I need my mic.
yeah.
We do have some employees.
We can hear you.
You got your
Oh,
mic.
it was mine. You were saying, Tina, that we do have several employees on flexible spending. How can we sell that to the majority of our employees?
I think it just comes
I
down to
mean,
education.
it may be an easy sell knowing that deductibles are going up. I don't know. But it'd have to be, we would highly encourage the use of it. And
The participation for the flexible spending account. And the purpose is to try to break it down in the simplest layman terms, because once people say, I'm here to talk about insurance, a lot of times I'll just stop listening. But I like to make it as simple as possible for the flexible spending account, just by saying things like, it's open enrollment. At open enrollment, I gotta review my expenses, because my budget is tight. And I know that I spend $1,000 a year on expenses for medical, which is disgusting, but it happens. And so with $1,000, I know I'm going to be spending it on those needed medications for my family. If I set aside that $1,000, then I have an automatic way to budget because it comes on a card preloaded. If I have an unexpected expense of going to the hospital and I have to pay a $250 copay, I pull out my flexible spending account card, and then I can figure out how to get better and deal with family members that are sick. And then when I put over $1,000, it's only going to feel like, to me, $750 at most, because it's coming out of my paycheck pre-tax before Uncle Sam takes his rake. And so that has helped in the past, and even for people that have not used it at all before, will often say, at least try $500, because if you don't use it, and most of you will find that you do use it, and it's come in quite handy, then you will roll it over to the next year. And again, you're getting that same tax savings. I don't have to use my SSA just on my co-pays or my deductible or co-insurance. I can also use it to get glasses, because even if I have a $250 benefit towards that, that's a good benefit, but it's still hard to find glasses that can be under $250. So if I have to pay an extra $50, that's how I use it. Also, if I have an unexpected crown or root canal that I need, I can also use it for that. There are some people that might take particular advantage of it to help pay for their kids' braces. Braces, orthodontia is expensive, and even if there's a benefit for that, it still does not cover that full expense. And I think that there probably will be a good amount of participation, and it likely will just increase after the first year, and then you'll see an increase more after that, once they see and learn how it works. Did that help answer your question?
It's not a use it or lose it.
Yes, thank you.
No, it's not.
It's not
It
use
is.
it.
No.
It is, use it or lose it, but she's saying that there's a regulation that will allow you to carry over 500 without losing it.
Just 500 of a year.
Yeah, and,
So what goes in there every year?
Which is your.
well, the way that we would set it up, our current plan is, I don't know if anybody can even hear me, but
You
our,
can flip
our-
your mic if you want. Well, no, it's my
our
speakers.
current plan is basically, our current, I don't know, I turned this kind of down. Basically, what our current plan is, I believe it's a $1,200 a year maximum, and that was set by by resolution when we implemented it, and it has been, it is use it or lose it, and that's at where we have set for quite a period of time. So it's possible that we could update and do something if they allow more now, we could potentially do that. We aren't paying a fee, we administer it ourselves, but the person has to turn in the invoice, and then it's a reimbursement. So it's not on a card. I would suggest that maybe we put this back on the agenda for next Monday, unless the board wants to make a decision today.
We'll have to have a decision by next week.
Yeah, I think next week we definitely need a decision.
So-
But if you wanted a chance to review what she gave you, review the Blue
Uh,
Cross information again, I mean, it's up to you, but.
Yeah, I think we need 12 hours to look at it.
So the discussion around the room is that we put this on the agenda for another week, so we have some time to process everything that has been went through.
Sure.
Just trying to keep you in the loop.
Certainly. Okay, and a couple of other things to add to the FSA is that it is that use it or lose it, but you can roll over to 500. I'm not 100% sure that was clear. And then also, if maybe I put in 500 this year, but I'm so healthy I didn't use any of it, that will still roll over the next year, even if the year 2 I don't put any money in it. And then also, if it makes sense to allow me to serve you all and help, and actually, there's no change in the rate. If it's something that you want me to help with, I can just be the agent, if you will, or liaison, if you will, for whether it's Blue Cross, Delta, Insurance, Vision, and Guardian. And again, there's not a change in those rates there, to just be able to help with the website, putting together the guides, and just helping with anything. I'd love to do that for you all. Let me know if you have questions and how decisions are made. Thank you all for your time.
Thanks, Sally. Appreciate the work.
Grant.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thanks, Sally. Yeah,
I make one comment.
yeah.
I've got this one going.
You got the mic
Yeah,
on?
let's try it.
Okay.
Turn the
Not
mic
yours,
on.
no, just talk loud.
Talk at her.
Talk this way.
Okay. Being that we have a recommendation for a higher deductible plan for our employees, and I know it's separate issues, but just keep it in mind, if we do go to that, our employees are gonna have more out of pocket, and we are gonna have to look at pay plan. So, like I said, they're separate issues, but they kind of dovetail.
So you're saying then that if we don't do that, then we don't look at the pay plan? Is that what you're saying?
What happened? Somehow the mic tripped.
I mean, if we stay with what they have now, are you saying then that we don't have to look at the pay plan? Then we don't look at the pay plan? So you're saying then that
If we stayed with,
do that, the pay plan, is that what
if we stayed with the first or second
Can you turn
option,
your speakers?
our hands probably tied at looking at pay plan, even though we still need to look at it at some point. But, there's gonna be a lot more money out of pocket for the employees.
But at some point in time, I mean, I have insurance increases too. We all have to fight that, a little bit of an increase here or there. And on insurance, a lot of this is, it's a risk. Who knows if they're gonna even use, like, the 1,000 versus the 2,000. Do you even know that you're gonna use that this next year or the year after? It's just a risk. You don't know.
No,
Now, for
but-
those who are get ill, yeah, 2,000 for the employee is more money.
But if you look at the loss ratio of our plan, our loss ratio is high. So people are using, a lot. Not to say next year won't be better, but we
Well,
hope
next
it's
year
better.
will be worse, because the reason why some of these plans are so high versus last year is because other insurance companies don't want to bid with Marion County anymore, because they know we're gonna go back to Blue Cross, and it's a lot of work to do this. And she even said, there wasn't an appetite
Yeah.
to submit, and so all we're doing is, if we don't consider options, next year, Blue Cross and Blue Shield can go a 30% increase, and we're just gonna have to eat it.
Well, it's a.
I'm just looking at the 3.7% increase versus 21.
Yeah.
In this special year of uncertainty with our budget and expenses.
But I was going to agree with you on the cost increase, because on some of the data sheets that she presented, you could see that the target marks that she was shooting for was 2018. 2020 had a whole nother $1,000, $2,000 allowable for them to take up their highest deductibles.
Yeah.
So those keep going up through the ACA Act. So it's, every time you try to keep a low deductible, it's going to go higher because they're allowed to get away with a higher deductible every year.
But option 3 is still Blue Cross Blue Shield.
It is.
Yes.
It is, it's
Yeah.
a significant change in coverage.
I don't know that it's significant.
Well, it is.
Deductibles
It's
went way
a
up.
big change because your
Anticipate
deductibles go up. You go from an 80-20 co-insurance to a 50-50, which means employees will be paying 50% of their bills out of pocket instead of 20%, until they get to their maximum out of pocket.
So like she said, you just get to that sooner.
Right,
And
right.
then you're done paying.
Well, there's $1,500 difference from what I pick up on a few items. So you will actually pay out of pocket about $1,500 more, but it wasn't astronomical.
Right. I
So
agree.
on your out of pocket right now, on our $1,500 plan, because we do have a, I don't know if I have all that in front of me at the moment. We do
So
have a $1,500 plan right now.
You can see it on page 7 of the packet that she gave us.
I know, but I was looking at, I was trying to find from what we got from Blue Cross.
It's
Because it shows the maximum, like the out of pocket for the employees. So that's why,
And we have employees already that are using that higher deductible, aren't we? Don't we have some people
we
that are?
do have some, we have a
Yeah.
lot that are on the other 2 plans,
That are on
so.
$1,500 to $3,000. $1,500 for a single and $3,000 for the family.
Right.
Right, so on this option 3, it goes to like a $6,350 out of pocket for individual, or $12,700 for family.
Yeah, and then
On the out of pocket.
the maximum out of pocket on the first plan is $5,000
Right.
on the current plan. So it bumps $1,350 max out of pocket. So I mean, when you put it in that perspective, it changes things a little bit. Because when you start seeing high deductibles, you think it's just gonna break these people, but really that's the one thing that keeps you from going broke.
Right.
Because of a hospital stay, and you're gonna be at that max right there, right away.
Yeah, I
Walk in
agree.
the door.
Mhm.
They're right in the ambulance is $1,200.
Yeah,
It's
so,
just 2 blocks we have,
I'm glad you have it, but you can't drive.
You did the max when they put in your hospital by for lunchtime.
and what is the medical card that we use right now for drugs? Is it Blue Cross and Blue Shield? Did she touch on that? I kind of.
On the 3-in-1, or is that what you're talking about?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
she's
because-
talking about the prescription drug
Prescription.
coverage.
Prescription.
Oh, the RX card.
Yeah, those are awesome when it comes to drugs. When you get on those, boy, you can save a fortune on those. That is really something that we need to think about. I know right now Blue Cross and Blue Shield on the diabetes medicine is out of sight. And on some of those RX, of course, you can't, they don't have,
that's what we use the savings to do.
they don't have,
Savings plan.
the, unbranded stuff. Some of those you have to buy branded, but there's a huge difference in the cost when you go with some of those good RX plans.
I think the complaint that we had after last year was from 50 to 125 or something like that for insulin stuff.
Well, I had a phone call from somebody, yeah, it was like, well, they had to pay their $35 copay or something like that, or $25, whatever it was. But now, what we had last year, now they had to pay, like you said, $150.
125, 150 for
Yeah.
years, for
Insulin
3
went up
months.
Every
last
month.
2 years.
Every month,
Yeah.
but that other plan
It
doesn't
wasn't,
have
it wasn't
that.
every month. It wasn't put that.
When they refill their prescription, however often it was, that they refill their
They
prescription.
just go on 90 days or something, about 50, 60 bucks a month.
That's a huge increase for people who are suffering with that. But, I mean, I wanna be fair with the employees and give good coverage, but I have to also be financially responsible, so.
That's
I-
a job you signed up for.
Mhm.
Make the hard decisions. I think we still need to digest it though, just in case. We don't want to knee-jerk this. We want to allow some time. And that's just my personal opinion. I see the head nodding around the room for those of you that can't hear.
Well, that's because he's falling asleep.
Yeah, are you still awake there, Bragg?
No, I'm talking in a virtual world out here.
Affect you.
My voice has been carrying a little bit better, so I'm trying to relay. With that, I think we bring this back up next week.
Okay.
On what? So
On the 6th.
On the 6th.
Give Tina some time to prepare stuff for us.
Yeah.
What are you wanting? Is there any specific information you're wanting?
I mean,
Okay.
So I mean, if we stick with Blue Cross, we're not getting nailed with that $8,000 either though.
Yeah, we
Right?
are.
Yeah, we just spent it.
Well, if we go, yeah, if we stick with Blue Cross, yeah, that's what we agreed upon, yes. Well, not the one that she recommended, I would
Yeah,
think.
I would think
Because
so.
that's her, I don't think so, I think we'll have to clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Because
can.
I was
we
gonna
would
say,
be going with
'cause-
her, we would be going with her
Even
recommendation.
if we
The way-
knew what we had.
The way it was explained was if there was a better plan
Mm-hmm,
and we didn't take it,
mm-hmm,
it would be $8,000.
right, so
But
if
she
we
didn't
could,
find a better plan, did she?
Well, she recommended a better,
yes, she's recommending
but it's not
the best.
equivalent, so.
No, she didn't. Oh, you mean are you
The Blue
talking about?
Cross.
Well, the
It's-
Blue Cross is one of the ones that
Right.
Bruce.
Yeah, he had already brought
provided,
up,
it wasn't-
so,
She can sell it too.
alright.
No.
Every independent agent can sell Blue Cross Blue Shield.
No.
Yep. And then the Blue Cross has a sales force too. Because we've had people come in, so I can get that for you.
I believe that what she's just recommending is that we go with the Blue Cross proposal, which was the Blue Edge that Bruce presented.
I'll just,
Not that she's gonna be involved in the selling of that. I don't know.
Administration part of it.
But I'll verify that with
Yeah.
her, just to be sure.
Okay.
Because I don't believe she is a Blue Cross agent.
so, obviously, we need till Monday to figure this out anyway.
Yep.
So,
I'll find out those 2 points for you and let you know.
Who takes care of the health insurance in the courthouse?
Our office.
yeah.
Okay, I mean, so all of us need to kind of digest all this and let us know what you guys think.
Yeah, well, we can, sure.
Well, you're gonna give some of this to all the employees to look at too, right?
I sent it out already. As soon as I sent it to you, I also sent it to all the departments and asked them to share it, so, yes.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
so we had the employee health insurance,
Can we check in and see if the people that are on can still hear? Ms. Jonah, with your microphone off, I don't know.
you got yours on.
Yeah, okay. I do.
So I can click my speakers up right quick. Can everybody hear?
Can people on the call hear on the computer? Our internet keeps going in and out, and so
Right.
we keep losing our audio connection. I mean, it comes back, but,
I'll just hit a text.
okay. It's off of you. Now it's on again. Okay. I just turned my mic off.
So I'll keep them.
Must be something about these, because we have that problem with the reverberation when we go through these meetings. Everybody's on.
Right, and
Reverberation.
Yeah, it almost worked better last time without all the computers in the room.
Yeah, it's really designed for everybody to be remote,
Yeah.
you know, not in the same room.
Okay.
I wish it would kick your speakers and your mic on at the same time, and kick them both out. That way it would be, but then that wouldn't work so well at home, so.
All right, they're saying now they can hear Jonah.
Okay.
Okay, so next week.
Yeah, next week. So we're gonna move on to commission discussion on, or am I jumping the gun? Does anybody else have any?
Well, you've got, Brad, we have the COVID-19 and then Brad.
Right.
Okay.
Commission discussion on COVID-19.
Yeah, there are a few points, I think, that have to be addressed on that.
And their resolution. I don't know where they're covered on that.
Yeah. You got covered.
This sheet right here?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have a resolution establishing compliance with the Families First Coronavirus Response Act for employees in Marion County, Kansas.
Okay, so that leave has to be in effect and ready to go by tomorrow, I believe, and
Yes.
so, yeah.
I thought it was April 4th.
April 1st.
First.
What are we talking about? What page are we on?
It's
Oh,
got
I see
it's
it.
got to do with FMLA, right?
It's
Sick leave,
emergency
yeah.
sick leave, which is 2 weeks, and then there is an expanded 10 weeks after that of family leave. And
This
that's
is-
what we had talked about a couple weeks ago.
And this is the full benefit for the employee, 2/3 benefit for the employee's like child or dependent. Okay.
Yes. The,
All right, so this would be
with
resolution.
maximums, if I'm saying that correctly.
Right. Do you remember what the date was that was passed at the federal level? Because that's what I didn't have in the.
So
I can look it up.
Okay.
I can-
this will be resolution number
2020-10.
-10. Okay. And unless anybody else sees any other reason with this, I mean, it's, I don't see much way out of it.
It's law.
Right, so I will make a motion to accept resolution 2020-10, a resolution establishing compliance with the Families First Coronavirus Response Act for employees in Marion County, Kansas.
Second. Go ahead, Ken.
Got a second by Kent. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0?
If you can count right.
I couldn't hear you.
No.
And check the box.
And
Yep,
check the
that's
box.
right.
Details.
I have to be reminded myself.
Yes, I'm wondering if the speaker,
Sorry.
wonder if that's picking up well enough to throw it back into the. I'm gonna have to shut off my mic too, so.
Oh, you did.
If you need to pop it,
You shut off that one?
yeah, just
Okay,
so,
but not your computer?
no,
Okay.
that way maybe it'll come through here and then
Let's see how it goes.
not feed back to itself.
Test. Okay, you can hear
Yeah.
it. Okay, on my list, I had a couple of other things. We have Randy Frank has asked for approval for his employee. Since she transferred over, she's been earning a lot of comp time because they're working 12-hour days, 5 days a week. And so he is asking if we can allow this employee during this time to receive cash overtime in lieu of comp time. And since that's not our policy, that takes a specific board action to do that.
Didn't, Yeah, I mean, we're already struggling with that position because we didn't have money in the budget. I mean, she went out and got,
Grant funds.
yeah, Deidre went out and got some grant funds, but it wasn't enough to cover the whole position.
Right.
And then
I
it
saw.
causes other issues.
Well, she was already an employee here at the
Right,
county.
right, but it caused a shortage because that position paid more. I
Well,
mean, so,
It paid more, but she also went from part-time to full-time, which is.
No, she was
She
full-time.
was full-time.
One thing though to keep in mind, the law only allows accumulation of up to 240 hours of comp time before we have to actually pay cash overtime anyway. So, just letting you know.
But don't we make them use it before they get to that point?
well, it'll be a little bit tough in this time because
This is an unusual circumstance.
But I'm
And
just
so
saying,
the
normally
person,
speaking, don't we?
we try to, yes.
Okay.
There have been a few instances where we have had to pay out because the person couldn't take it off and they were still working over. And so we do need to, I mean, in this instance, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with doing it, but it's, we will have to do it once she hits 240 hours anyway.
I think this is kind of special circumstances. And she's going beyond the call of duty and we should reward her. Because she doesn't have to work, she could tell them, I'm going home.
I don't,
It also, it
I don't
opens
know.
up another can of worms, so.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just a special case.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but you're gonna have a lot of special cases.
Yeah, I mean, if you're signed up for emergency management, you don't show up during an emergency, that's a derelict duty.
Emergency management might mean going to work at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm not really in favor of changing it.
I don't know, I struggle with the thing a little bit because the position kind of,
But the position wasn't there.
yeah.
No, it was new.
We're not required to have it. Part of it's health department, part of it's emergency management.
Right.
So the subject at hand right now is just the comp time
Yeah,
situation, right?
yeah, comp time versus paid cash.
Well, I would certainly say we keep the policy the way we've had the policy. It'd be
You-
my opinion.
You and Diane and Kent are in agreement on keeping the policy the way it has been. Randy's in favor.
No, I'm not on the employee side of this.
Yeah, David would like to pay out the cash.
Business side of
Yeah,
I think if we're gonna do something, this is what Kent said, we throw up, because the next person would be the special case, and then we have to address it with budget if we're gonna pay overtime. I mean, it's,
I understand that.
but we're gonna make it for everybody. Then I want my department heads to be very aware of overtime is overtime. And, yeah.
Randy's mic. Here, I'll put mine that way. It seems to be picking up.
I'm just saying that if we go to overtime, our budget has to handle it, and also our, everybody has to be treated the same. And I can guarantee you, the department heads need to be on top of the situation, and don't just give overtime for overtime, give it to them because they want more, they want their employees to be paid more.
Does that require a motion?
To make a change.
To make a change, if
Okay, but
we
just
remain the
keep it the way it
same.
is, then we just don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's why that's why I went around and checked the temperature of the room.
They wouldn't get the dire.
That's not the right words to use.
Well,
Brad didn't correct you on that, did he?
yeah, Brad, let me down. Okay, so that will take no, I don't hear a motion on the table, so.
Okay, so no change is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Who was she signing up for?
So
Well, it
Kent
is the
had,
policy, so.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that turned off. Kent had asked me about business support and whether the transient guest tax could be used for that, for tourism-related businesses. And in reviewing the statute on that, we cannot use it for operation purposes for businesses, even tourist-related. I mean, it has to be for promotion and those kind of things. And so, in your packet, on the last page, I did include an email. The county could, if they wanted to, develop a disaster relief fund with the community foundation.
Yeah. And there's Peabody, there's Hillsborough, and there's Marion.
Right, but Angie Tatro had gotten with me with this email, which I sent to you, and she said the county could set something up with the community foundation if we wanted to. And so then basically we would activate a disaster fund, but you would have to designate a certain amount of money to divert from the regular county budget to that fund, and then people could potentially donate to it also, and it could be used, there could be a program established with the community foundation and administering it where people could apply for relief.
Would that fall into their, like, a lot of times they create annuities?
No, this is not an annuity type. This is an
Where it would have to
expendable
pay
fund,
out.
right.
And what would we be doing this for? What services would we be providing with this fund?
There's gonna be some businesses that are really hurting towards the end of this.
The hospitality industry right now in the county is out of business, except for carryout. And so I've talked to several of them. That means that even with carryout, 75 to 80% decrease in revenue with laid off employees.
The other thing that just came into play that I found out this morning was they're hoping by Friday to have the Fed transfer funds to the banks so that you could pull out op notes to pay your employees for 8 weeks, even if you've already furloughed them. Bring them back and pay them for 8 weeks. And if you hold that, it sounds like they're going to forgive that. That way it keeps them off of unemployment and keeps them ready to go back to work when this is done. It keeps it there. They're trying to think of the business to be ready to get back into action. So we do have other things to consider before we go all out one direction.
We don't know what the county contribution would need to be
Right.
to start that.
No.
Okay.
So,
We
and
already
then,
got
And
But
then
then-
we'll be-
$7,000 in the budget, don't you?
but yeah,
So,
but then there's
then
other things to think about. So say, yeah, they pay their employees all the way through this and they get the grant forgiveness. And what happens to their inventory? Like a restaurant or something like that. That's all going to go bad.
Yeah.
They're going to have to restock day one, get it back and going.
Yeah, one individual
This is something we
owner
can
told
think
me
of.
that the perishable items will perish.
So would this only be for restaurant businesses?
Well, no.
Could be for
I'm just trying to
hotels,
think of anything
bed
that
and
would need
breakfast.
a reboot. Anything that would need so when they drop the veil and say, go back, get going, it's gonna be a difficult time for some people.
It's gonna be a difficult time for
Yeah, startup might be
everybody.
even tougher than the shutdown.
Some of the employees will probably won't even be there.
Don't you
There'll
think
be
there's gonna
government
be a
programs to do
difficult
that,
time
I
for
think.
everybody
Yeah.
when that happens?
But
I don't know how we
it still doesn't,
distribute the money fairly.
We would not. This community foundation would do it.
Right.
It would be an application process through them, is my understanding. So you wouldn't be deciding on that. It would be, you would set the parameters and then they would administer it, I believe.
and do we have to set the parameters immediately?
I would think so, but if you want more information, I can get with Angie and ask her. I know that Peabody has already activated one of these in Peabody. So their community foundation has activated a similar thing for their community. It was just a matter of, I had been asked, well, how can we help at the county level? And this is one way. This is probably about the only way that I know of.
How much money do we have in there now? Do you know?
Well, we can't use that money. It would have to be.
You would have to find a funding
We
source
have
for
to
it.
start from scratch.
Right.
Being a member of SCED at the meeting last week, SBA has activated several new programs. One which goes into effect tomorrow is the SBA Economic Injury Loan Program. It will pay up to, I think, I'm not totally sure, I think $25,000 to small business, to cover whatever operating they need. That's a direct loan from SBA that they can fill out online. I looked at the application, it's pretty short, real short. They've also come up with the SBA 7A, which is a new guaranteed program through lenders, 85% guarantee on that. That's up to $250,000, and that's also a short form type. And those rates, I think, range from, don't quote me, 3.5% to 4%. They are deferred. Payments are deferred for 6 months. So once you get the loan, you don't have to pay anything on it for 6 months. So I know a lot of businesses don't want to borrow money, but those are two very viable programs.
There's also one for up to $2 million.
Yeah.
We've applied for a couple of different ones.
Yeah.
And all the forms take 10 minutes for them, and they're already trying to make this simple.
Normally a 7A or 7B, whatever it is, SBA loan has a loan packet of about 60 pages.
So I mean, there's lots of help from the federal government out there for small businesses. I don't know how this could really help.
Okay, well, I
Be
just
honest
wanted
with
to present it because I was asked about it.
Yeah.
and
There's not
so
enough money to
that's-
do anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just too bad that they've got those transient guest tax so narrowly defined.
Yeah.
$5,000 not gonna help you.
Well,
No, but if you get them through,
I don't know.
They get through a week or two.
You're talking about a restaurant, $500 might get your freezer full again. I mean, it might get your wheels turning.
Yeah. Just depends on your situation. When you're in a mom and pop business, $1,000.
Yeah, and you're not paying yourself, so, I mean, you could really do a lot with a $500
And
jump start.
the profit margin on a restaurant is very, very slim. And you're gonna have not as many restaurants left.
Well, and you also have other types of businesses right now that are having to close,
Sure.
so.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was just, that is there. If you decide that you want to talk about it more or consider it more, let me know and we can get, or contact Angie Tatro with the Community Foundation and she could probably give you a lot more information
Maybe we
about
should
that.
go ahead and keep that on as an agenda item, so it's not off the radar.
Yeah, I will follow up with Angie, just myself, I mean, just because, I just figure,
Okay.
but I don't know, my personal opinion is it's too soon to fund that just yet. I mean, there's so much coming out of Washington right now.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a big moving target. And
Yeah.
it changes.
We just need to keep it on,
Yeah.
It's changed twice since
And
we
if we,
started meeting this morning.
and before we go defining something, we need to figure out who slips through the cracks
Yeah.
and help those.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
I know one thing, if you're in a business still that you have to travel around, restaurants in some states already went back and made them essential. I don't remember, I just heard that, but restaurants.
Oh, yeah, truck drivers need to eat.
Yeah, I mean, for trucking industries and everything,
They're having trouble finding
restaurants
food.
is pretty important, more important than what most people think. You just, enough you're home every day, but if you travel around, it's a different world.
Yeah, the police departments were actually stopping on the side of some of the interstates to hand out meals for truckers.
It's an issue.
Okay, so another topic. Another topic is, you had closed the courthouse, to public traffic through the 31st. That's what your previous action was. So today's the 31st.
Okay.
So you need to revisit that.
I think we need to continue it on, in my opinion, until the Kansas order is either lifted since we've diverted pretty much to the executive branch because they superseded all our stay-at-homes. I think we need to stay lockstep with them.
We need to go on to the end of the month to
Well,
meet with Trump.
I think it's
15th or something.
19th.
The
19th.
The 19th.
And I feel that she will probably throw out another order
Yeah.
and continue it on to the 30th. And if she does that, I think we should just continue it on to the 30th. I mean, we need to really get into sequence here, because some other areas are trying to do some crazy things.
Anyway, it supersedes everything else,
Yeah.
so.
I think that idea is very, very good, to stay with the state's orders.
We don't want to get into a tiny little clans that fight each other. So let's just get all on the same ship here.
So we need a motion to go to the 19th.
Yeah, I would
I
accept
think
the
it
motion.
should be through the
I-
20th. Well, you're gonna have to come back on the 20th. That's your next commission meeting. I mean, the 19th is a Sunday,
So,
Oh, okay.
so would you think they would do it through the 20th
I
and
would.
then decide?
Yep. Since we're an essential function kind of an entity, you can completely disregard what that state order is as the pragmatic approach. We don't even have to do it. But all the discussions we've had in the last couple of weeks on these various things, there's such tremendous exposure, plus so many other problems that we have. I spent a lot of time talking with Rebecca, for example. We only have 2 employees in there. If we were really, really unlucky, and so were they, God forbid they were both exposed.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at an MOU with other surrounding counties and trying to figure out,
And how many
can we
businesses
get
would-
somebody else to step in there for 8 hours a week
Yeah.
to do those transcripts and some of the other stuff, should we need it? Because that also is considered, there's pieces of it in terms of real estate transactions that are an essential function. And if we can't deliver the service there, they grind to a halt too.
Yeah.
It's just a domino effect. But I would recommend exactly what you're indicating, is follow the state's lead on this one so we're consistent with it. It's a lot easier for people to understand and remember. And then we'll work with exceptions to that as needed
Yeah, if we
to try
notice
to
that
provide service.
any balls get dropped, we can take up those individual items.
Yep. But I would recommend going to the 20th, yes, because we've got a meeting that day. Somehow.
So I will make a motion to extend it to the 20th on the courthouse closure procedures that we are currently following.
That's your motion.
And you want till 11:52 p.m. on the 20th? So we'll be closed all day Monday.
End of business day would even get it, because we're certainly going to
Okay.
meet before then, to 5 p.m.
Till 5 p.m.
Second.
Got a second by Randy. All those, or any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Okay. And then the other thing, Deidre had discussed about the county lake, and that she had sent you an order perhaps.
She did.
So that maybe would be for you to discuss, but she had said in a call this morning that she was considering closing the lake to out-of-county visitors, and then if they own a residence, they have to choose where the residence will be for the stay-at-home
Yeah.
time.
These are all across the board also. Chase County's is a little unique and unusual, and I've looked at theirs, but we talked about the fact that because we have a public ownership, taxpayer-owned element to our lake, we have some obligations there for regulatory reasons and for the health, safety, welfare of the public. In addition to that, however, we have property rights competing with that, because people own property out there, and that's in and out of county. And then you also have the recreational element to this thing, where people can come out there without violating the 10-person out in the open kind of thing, especially when they are otherwise quarantined. Some take a walk, some go fishing. And so how do we regulate that in a way that we don't run afoul of someone's constitutional rights, but yet try to do this within the spirit of what the stay-at-home order reflects? Ultimately, what was discussed and determined was to put together an order through her office, which she has the right to do, which would be I recommend endorsed by this body because it's something we own as a county, that allows for a prohibition, or it's closed to any out-of-county activity, period. Other than, if you own, then you are required to opt in or out. During the stay-at-home provision, that's where I live. If I'm out there, I'm out there. I don't run back and forth to Sedgwick County, or God forbid, Wyandotte or Johnson or somewhere, and just be a potential carrier. So that's noted in it. So we don't violate people's property right. And we do still allow, the way it is right now, in county, it's not technically closed for people under groups of 10, maintaining social distancing, that kind of thing. We can address that at any time. You know, if somebody decides now we don't want to even allow recreational activity out there, like a lot of the cities with their parks. Some have just cordoned off playground equipment and the kinds of things where it's readily passable because it can live on there for some period of time, but allow people walking trails or just the green space to get out. And this is kind of the same theory as I see it. So that's what we put in place. They revised it, sent it to me. I did send her a response. I don't know if she had looked at that yet this morning when I'd sent it before that, probably at 8 a.m., just indicating that what she had put together was fine. So I presume that that's something she'll put out there, and that we would just want to reflect that support of that particular order from the county's perspective as the owner of the property that we're closing it for out of county activity, unless they own property, and then even then they have to make a determination as to what they're going to consider their residence for purposes of the stay-at-home order.
Brad, a few years ago we give this back to the state fishing for all that. Does that, I mean, sure, we owned it out there, but yet we give that to an open program. Does that play into this?
As best I can tell, it's a good question, and the same one that occurred to me, and when I looked, I saw that we had done that. It says in several of the other lakes that I work with at other public entities. My best answer right at this moment, subject to someone saying, that's not even close, is that because of the state administrative order by the governor, that they've already covered that and said for all intents and purposes, you can't be out there anyway because that's not home. You can't be out sitting in a tent, even though some people would consider that home sometimes.
They manage the fishery, we still own the lake.
Yeah, the lake property is still taxpayer owned.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead and just speak into your computer about what we're talking about? Because they're saying Brad is cutting in and out, so.
That's normal for me.
Yeah. Brad is discussing the order that we talked about earlier today on the closure of the county lake to outside traffic for resident only, because our current county residents own that lake. Also, in addition, they are talking about the order that will tell dual residences, people that live somewhere else but also own property at the lake, to essentially pick a place and wait this thing out here or there. Trying to think of the other issue.
In-county residents still have the ability to go to the property.
Yeah, in-county residents will still have the ability to go to the property because
Recreational activities under the government order, currently the governor's order currently is allowable as long as they meet the standards and the social distancing. What we're saying is those that live within the county do in essence own, as citizens of this jurisdiction, the property, still have a right to go there. That can also be subject to change. We do have the ability to shut it down totally.
Yeah.
So far, no one's really wanted to do that if we can help it, just to give people places to hopefully safely go in the interim here. But I stressed with Deidre when I looked at it that, and it does say subject to further order by this body. So we can look at it week by week. If we suddenly start having, of course by then it's probably too late, but if we have a dramatic outbreak or we even start to have prevalence of cases, you can start to make additional orders or react to that accordingly.
Okay. I'm in support of it. I don't want to go too far. I mean, I heard some stories about another county trying to quarantine, and I'm in favor of just telling them to go home and just
this is cleaner enforcement wise. The more we looked at it, the more we looked at other things. Our ability here is, we establish, well, okay, what's your home address? If you're from Missouri or from, some other jurisdiction, you're going to politely be asked to go on home. If you're a county resident, whether you own property out there or not, right now you have that right as long as you observe the order, because this is a contemplated, permissible recreational activity. If you are an out-of-county but own property out there, we wanted to address that as well, then you're going to make a decision. No, I decided I wanted to get out where it's really more prevalent. I want to get away from Sedgwick County. I'm here. Okay, you own this. This is where you're going to stay then. No back and forth.
Yeah, and I'm totally in favor for that. I mean, it helps.
How's that enforced?
It's difficult at best, and it's a very good question, and I won't deny that one bit. If we get someone out there, it is not at all difficult. If we've got an officer out cruising that area and they see some people, they can make that inquiry because there's a probable cause reason for them to do so.
Can you pull that mic closer to you? Because that's
Brad, we have another issue, and I don't believe it's probably the counties, it's probably the Corps of Engineers, but right now there's a fish run going up the Cottonwood River, and this weekend there was cars from 5 or 10 different counties and out of state.
Yeah. We have the ability during this time of crisis to actually do something, but you're absolutely right. That's a core, normally, that would be more of a core type of regulatory problem.
And they have closed the campgrounds,
yeah.
but enforcement of the drainage.
And that's difficult, up the drainage, because that's really their area,
right,
not ours. I don't have the ability to say, okay, like I do with the lake, we own this. Well, we have rights to certain things, but it's a different kind of an interest than we do at the lake. I would still probably start with them, and then if they instruct or designate, you're our agents, have at it, then I guess we can try to do what we can do, but it's the same kind of a challenge, catching everybody if they're spread out along there, or at least dealing with them. But if we confront one, hopefully we can get the word out that way as well. But I would start from the premise that we make contact with the Corps, report it, and just tell them whatever you can do. If you've got other instructions for us, now's the time to tell us.
Do we need to take an official action to approve the order?
I would like for us to do, I can either bring you a resolution, although it wouldn't be till the next meeting then, or which would just parrot this or adopt it, or through the minutes, go ahead and endorse the county order because we're the property owner, and say that we're supportive and wish for that to be enforced. I would at least like that in the minutes for now.
I would like to do as much as reasonably possible to protect the residents of Marion County. So I would be in support of the order. Make a motion that
Just endorse
To endorse the order as
order.
issued.
From the county.
I endorse it.
Kent endorses, Dave endorses,
Yep.
Diane endorses, Randy endorses.
Okay, but this is a motion. You make a
Yeah,
motion.
do it as a motion, second, and vote. Kind of the same thing you just did by
So-
polling, but
So I make a motion to endorse the order. For the commission to endorse the order.
Second.
Second by Kent. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0.
Okay.
How do we get, communicate with the Corps? We're gonna designate someone, or? I can call them.
That'd probably be best to have Isaac, right? Have Isaac.
Why are you talking about the fish? Not talking about the lake.
No.
We're talking about the
Oh,
northern part.
The
of
fish
county.
run, the fish run, yeah.
Is that something that Deidre should do as the health officer?
Yes.
Okay.
that's where I would recommend it go through. We don't have, like
Yeah.
so to speak, fish and game warden per se in the county, so.
She has more power this week.
As long as we keep agreeing to all
Yes.
this.
That would be the appropriate.
Yeah, okay.
That's the biggest guns right now.
Well,
Well, I would think,
the authorities also,
Yeah.
due to the governor's order, that's
Right.
dictated that the authorities have the order to use their discrimination, or
Discretion.
discretion.
Can't
the,
do any discriminating.
so that stay-at-home
My
order
bad.
that was already issued, I mean, it already says that any gatherings are canceled, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, but what if they're spaced out 25 foot apart?
Except for religious activities.
Well, and again, the one that we currently have in place from the state specifies, what is that, number 5 on the bottom of page 2, that you have the ability for the recreational activity. They were trying, when I called to kind of try to clarify that, they were trying to preserve, as best I can tell, the ability to move around a bit out in the open still. You know, if you want to take a walk down the sidewalk or you want to walk in the street, have a sidewalk, something within an area where there's other population, you have the ability to do that. They did not preclude if you go out to, you know, you own some ground or you have a lease on a pond out somewhere, that is not precluded. You can go out and do that. It is enforceable to the extent if you decide to take 14 other people with you, you might have a little problem. But you keep it below 10, and in that doing, you know, even out in the open, they're wanting the social distancing to be observed. And again, Kent's earlier question is still a valid one. How do you enforce that? We don't have the manpower to do that, but you hope that the public will, for their own well-being, try to follow this.
What I've seen myself is if you go out to the street to meet somebody, your neighbors are looking.
Yeah.
And
Just stop it short.
And yeah, so you've got a natural social policing taking place.
Yeah.
So.
I've seen people in Walmart, you know, with one of the walking sticks that apparently is coincidentally, you know, 6 feet long, just holding that thing out. It's not an assault as far as they're concerned. They're trying to make sure they keep you so and so far apart.
And that's a federal property anyway, isn't it? So I don't, okay.
Yeah. I know that the state wildlife and parks runs the backside of the reservoir though. So they
We have
operate on that.
multiple.
They manage it,
Yeah.
but it's core property.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the way up through there.
That's what I was just going to say. It's got a multifaceted control element to it. It's multi-layered, and so you try to sort that all out and get somebody on the phone to tell you that right now you just better interpret it and go on.
Plus, we only have one game warden for 3 counties.
Yeah. So we're woefully short on somebody to enforce a lot of this. All we can do is try to address it, get the public aware, and hopefully true sportsmen generally are pretty good about if there's a fish run and stuff going, okay, fine.
No, not Karen, they're just going.
Yeah, the others are.
So
McPherson had a stay-at-home last Friday, and most of the cars were McPherson County cars
Yeah.
on Saturday.
Brad, so this, I mean, we just got a task Dietrich with this item.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, Road and Bridge requested an executive.
Okay.
Is there anything else that we need to go through?
Well, the one that we started last time, and since we did it that way, we opened that door, at least as to that element of the negotiation, was Diamond Vista. I asked Tina to send that out to you, which I assume everyone has. Bryce has that as well. I have no idea if he was referencing that, but that element of it, you know, in terms of the numbers, we can discuss right here and now. That's the one piece. Everything else I've got, and it doesn't have to be today, depending upon how long everybody has, is going to be true litigation, true strategic issues, and true updates and questions and that kind of thing as it goes forward. It's really slow at the moment because the court system is just almost suspended. So I can wait. I've got a fairly significant list, and that would take us quite a long while, probably beyond what anybody wants to do today. But as
How
to
long is
Diamond,
that? 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours?
oh,
About
it would be
3
an hour. But the Diamond Vista, at least if we want to discuss where we're at on that and see if we can answer any questions or concerns that you have at the outset. If we get into the element of potential litigation where it's strategic, then I wouldn't want us to do that in public, because that would be what we're looking to do legally. But as to the offer that's been made, everyone has seen, we can talk about that and how far apart we are at the moment, if you'd like.
So did you have a new update from them?
No, just received that, since we last met. He was good to his word, I think on Monday or Tuesday. He sent out their formal counter to what I had provided them, and we're just, $500,000 or $600,000 apart.
So I don't know what that is. Did you get notification?
That was sent out to all the commissioners.
That was sent to you.
Yeah.
Email. By email on.
From Tina.
Friday.
When?
No, it was probably
Yesterday.
Wednesday or Thursday.
I don't know, it was
last week.
It was an informational email that I just sent on, and I sent it to all of you on your county email.
I looked at my county email on Saturday and I didn't see anything there.
I got
So
it.
I guess it should be there if you send it to me, but
Yeah, I
didn't
looked
see
at
it,
Tina
so-
carbon me and everyone was addressed on it, but I don't know why it wouldn't have gone through.
319,
I don't either.
which is
Thursday.
Okay, so
But I can-
what did they offer then?
Pretty much what he indicated at that time when he was on the phone, that they wished to take the entire balance over $250,000 paid to Kirk and Michael and use that as a proportional offset against those pilots till it was fully paid back. That total amount is $770,005 according to his email. Total amount that was paid, plus another $16,600 for legal fees.
He wants to take that from us too.
Yes.
Okay, so,
And so his total then is, after, if you net out the $250,000, $336,605 that they would want to take out of the pilot payments.
how much?
$336,605. Hope I did all the math correctly. Then in addition to that, Kirk and Michael, as you'll recall, reported to us that we had a deficiency for road maintenance of $473,020. They have highlighted notes in that email to a degree as to what they disagreed with or what they felt was already either done or didn't have to be done or wasn't theirs to do, and came up with a counter of $241,496. So if you take it from where I was with the $300,000 plus no change to the pilots, we're apart by $404,981. If you just take it straight up and say, no, we want the pilots, and what Kirk and Michael had put together, we're apart by $568,229. If you take what they've offered us, less just the Kirk and Michael, just to isolate that contract loss, we are $231,624 apart just on that. Just a little more than I expect we're going to come up with in short order in every instance.
Brad, can I ask you some questions?
Sure.
So I did a little bit of work on this today, and I did call the state because I talked to Roger Ham a while back, and you know who he is up in the state, the
Yep.
deputy director of property tax valuation. And there's statutes and stuff, I know you know about that, despite the fact that some people say pilots are gifts, they're not, and we have a contract. So,
In addition to that, I would have some issue with, and again, I'm not looking to necessarily start a bunch of advanced arguments with them per se, but I take some issue with, okay, that's purely a gift, I think, as that was worded, or that's not how we do this, and that's not how those are contemplated or negotiated. Yes, it is a voluntary agreement between the parties, but it's contemplated statutorily, and it is intended to provide some benefit that the county would utilize in order to even consider these types of projects. So, yeah, I get a little bit less comfortable with a reference to we didn't have to do that, and this was just out of the kindness of our heart. No, it could have been the county saying we don't have to continue considering anything we don't have
And
to do
so,
this.
as I continue on in reading this statute and so on and so forth, I did spend a lot of time going back on my tape recordings.
Yeah.
Back then, I did not have the video camera yet. And I've got the tape recording of 2 meetings with Nick Coyle and Bryce Goebel, I'm
Mhm.
sorry, Musil, the attorney, and Bryce Goebel. And multiple times on this tape, and it's as clear as a bell, does Nick Coyle, he outlines all the expenses that we had, Chuck and Michael has identified in their estimates and so on. And he is just itemizing almost all, this bill, that bill, this going forward, this plus the $650,000. Fully aware of it. And he said, well, we're gonna pay this. We don't like it, but we just want you to be conservative. We want you to spend our money like ours, okay? But if that's what the county wants, then we're gonna pay it. He said it several times. And then on the $97,000 bill, the one that was issued right away for the pre-inspection, I think it was that 97, he even said, and so this is ridiculous. This is a $97,000 bill. And we'd like a week to pay this, but if you want it today, we'll get the money for you today, because we gotta move on with our project, and if this is what the county wants, we'll agree to it. I think that, plus the signed contract, holds a whole lot more legal water than just the fact that they think they're giving us a gift. I personally am not willing to accept it. I say they need to not touch our pilot. We have a signed contract, and they need to pay. We have nothing to lose by going after them. And I will also tell you that Diamond Vista has a history of this down in Clark County, and their attorney down there, and I'm in the process of getting a copy of this letter, that they did the same thing. They had all these damages on the roads and so on and so forth, and they didn't want to pay, and they went back and forth and back and forth. And Kirk and Michael was their engineer. And ultimately, they finally said, well, we will take no more than $700,000 in damages. And it was originally $1 million, and they said, look, we'll take $700,000. And Diamond Vista said no. That attorney wrote them a letter and said, if we don't have $700,000 in our treasury within 2 weeks' time, we will sue you in our county. And they had a check.
Mhm.
So they're just playing chess with us, and they know we're gonna bend over, because that's just the way they play. And I don't think we should do that, and I don't think we should give them the opportunity to use our county like that. Now, I told them that if they choose to do this that day, I will advertise for them for the other counties. And I do plan to go by about 50 thumb drives, and I will advertise for them if this is what they're gonna do to us, because this is not right. It is not right. It's not legal, and it's not right, in my opinion. And I don't think we should be doing this as commissioners to our community, in my opinion.
What about maintaining of the roads? Can we maintain?
Well, their
Dana?
indication in his, if you'll note in his correspondence, is that routine maintenance we had refrained from doing. There are issues with that
That's what I
interpretation as well. In terms of, you'll recall, I guess I'll just say it this way, that we basically turned over the general maintenance of those roads during that period of time. I will say it that way. We get to a point where at some point I'm going to ask you for the executive on all the strategic issues, because I'm not going to necessarily comment on a lot of that out here. So there's quite a bit about this that requires exploration and examination by us. What they've prepared and sent to us as this is absolute fact requires some discussion. I guess I'll say it that way to try to refrain from
what
getting.
Kirk and Michael sent us?
No, what this
okay.
most recent, this is what you could have done, and this is what we're offering, and this is where we have issues. And listen, you could go through that piece by piece, and there's a significant amount of evaluation that goes into that where we may not agree. I'll just leave it at that.
So Brad, I didn't know that when we signed that contract that it would be a discussion. I thought.
No, I agree.
thought we had-
And yeah. Yes, that's the best answer I can give at the moment. Because it's really more, most of that gets into what we intend to do. That I want to discuss in a different forum.
Put your judge hat on for a minute, though. The road maintenance agreement said they will return our roads to us in as good or better.
Similar or better condition.
I mean, they just hang their hat on that in court and say, your roads are twice as good as what they were. And we'd have a hard time arguing that.
No, we would not with all the pictures that we have, and not with all the
Yeah,
legal
but
fees that
they'd
we
have the
pay.
pictures of the roads prior.
But you have to read all the road maintenance agreement, because it says that they will do regular maintenance and all this. Now, what about the broken box culverts? Is that better?
Well, I'm not saying that is, but I mean, if you just
In
take a
general.
layman's look at, I drove those roads before they started. I could barely drive them when they were dry. Now I can get to town.
So I mean by the exploration of all of the factual elements of the case, it's just, there's pieces here, folks, that you're gonna have to get a lot more familiar with than you ever wanted to, probably, as part of the evaluation of this. I can tell you that because I've had the duty to do that already to some extent. And there's still further evaluation that needs to be done on every piece of that.
So Brad, is there a difference, to Ken's point about the roads being good? The ones that they build up for their haul route is one thing. The roads that they used of ours that are not on the haul route, but yet we allowed the traffic and all that stuff to get to those roads is another story, okay? So is that not two separate issues? Because they could, I don't think
There
we're
are-
comparing apples to apples
Yeah,
here.
there are elements of them that are two different issues. What you end up doing in order to really get a good clear picture of that is to go to the Kirkham-Michael report and how they subdivided that. But again, then it becomes a dollars and cents evaluation, and there's a significant disparity in what the cost factors are for repair of one versus the other. And that'll get into the economics of it as well. It's complex, I guess that's the best thing I can say. I mean, it's really, I've got many, many pages of notes and calculations on it already, and we're not nearly at the point where you go, okay, well, this is easy, 2 + 2 is 4. Now,
And where do they justify taking away our legal expenses?
well, they're not taking them away. Again, what they do is go back to the minimum common denominator. In the agreement, they agreed to $250,000 for expenses with our consultant and any other ancillary or related costs, including the legal fees as far as they're concerned, because that was an independent consultant. That doesn't even, we talked about my taking all of that would in essence be equivalent time spent on that, like in the last year and a half, and putting it in there. And that didn't include that yet, but the way they're handling it, it would be a moot point because they just add that to this total to be reducing the pilots by.
That
Right
sounds
now.
so illegal to me.
Well,
That
it
sounds
isn't.
so hook and crook because they did it after the fact. They did it 5 months after we're into the contract. We had no idea they were gonna do this. We had no idea there was a $250,000 minimum. They
Yeah.
never told us that when we were doing Kirk-and-Michael. We never heard those words at all until 5 months later when they started negotiating the pilot. Then all of a sudden, oh, we only pay $250,000.
Mhm. And there you get into the question of, okay, did that need to be raised at that particular point? So wait a minute, that's a feature to this on a bunch of things that are fait accompli. We've already spent this money. We didn't necessarily anticipate, given what we knew, that was going to be part of
You think
this.
we'd win if we went to court?
Now we are definitely into that executive session material.
Oh. Okay, that's good.
We've probably gone as far and then some beyond what we can. I just wanted you to be aware, and since there's no question, as far as I'm concerned, from the press's perspective or anyone else's, we allowed the discussion to be had the last time in open in terms of these negotiation elements, so I'm not attempting to take that in. But the rest of it starts to get into exactly what we do with all these other cases. It's litigation, and we start talking about this and go, oh, well, that's how they intend to handle it. You don't want to do that.
Was my motion in the meeting to address the letter of credit, to address the letter of credit or something that pertains to this project? About 3 weeks, a month ago?
Yeah, I'm well aware, once again, you'd want to have that discussion in another format.
I just asked, wasn't that my motion though?
Mhm.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry, that's not a complete, full
Yeah.
discussion, which we can certainly have and we're welcome to have, but I think it's gonna take us a while on that one and several others. It's almost its own meeting. But since everybody's got a stay-at-home order, what else is there to do? Feed a few calves.
There you go.
There we go.
We can have an executive session from home now. We got everybody
That's
up
right,
and running.
that's right. So,
So
that's probably as far as I can go with that one.
Bryce is standing behind you.
He does that a lot, he just
Does
kind of
that-
sneaks up and
Really?
stands there.
Does that,
No,
does
I
that,
couldn't hear.
does
and
that
that's what-
suffice?
His is on it. I think his was on a separate topic.
Yes,
Okay.
yep. I just couldn't hear down there when you were talking about it, that's why I wanted to come up here.
Yeah.
So.
We're talking about you.
So it is about this topic. It's about,
No,
Oh,
it-
okay.
my, the executive session I requested is for a different topic.
okay. All right. So that, I think we ought to
Wanna
put
call-
up, call out for public comment if anybody's out there. I
Yeah.
did send a message out there. Nobody's replied on that so I haven't got anybody there, but that doesn't mean there isn't a caller out there. Anybody know one?
No, I'm not.
Know of a caller or a public commenter?
Lost them all.
Yeah. I don't see any phone ins. So I think everybody's been pretty well in the loop. There's only 4 additional to us 6, so.
Let's move ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna move ahead then without any public comment. Going forward, if somebody would like to have a public comment, please get an email to Tina or something. That way it's planned out in advance. So that way we can know if we need an executive session for the topic. Or if, so you don't get missed. So the next thing we have is commission comments, but I think I would rather do the executive session and then go to the commission comments.
So on the executive session that you're requesting, Bryce, does Sharon need to be on that also?
No, we've talked about it, and this is basically, we've both come together with what we want to propose to the commission, so
Okay.
we're confident with it. Is she still on?
She
I
is.
got a text from her earlier, I didn't know if she was still on or not, she'd gone off for a while.
She's still there. There we go. Mute her mic.
It won't let
Let
me
you
do
unmute
it.
it.
So,
Sharon, are you still there? Can you unmute your mic and?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can hear you. So if we're gonna have an executive session with,
She doesn't have the address.
well, we would have to go into a different meeting for that, and everybody else, we would end
Yeah.
this one.
so I guess we should finish out our commissioner comments and then go to the executive session. So that way it isn't one time. We're still gonna have to pop back out with a
Right,
no
exactly.
decision. So either way, we're gonna have to get into it, get out of it. So,
I just have, wait a minute, on this mic.
yeah.
I just, on commission comments, commissioners, we don't know how long it's gonna be. We're here longer than what may be expected, June. Maybe not, I hope not. Maybe the end of April, that would be great. On the shut down here, but we've got people sitting around, and we've made other businesses close, executive orders have and stuff. What is our essential business? What is essential things? Do we look at that right now? Do we not? Sit tight and just do nothing? Or family medical leave, I don't know how much that's gonna, you know, all the stuff that's coming down through the leave, paid leave and things like that. But dispatching, are they cutting down to where they're cutting down to one dispatcher and sending one home one day and one the next day, 50% of the time? Probably not. So if they get infected, why, then
They're both out.
They're both out.
Yeah.
So we're doing our due diligence here, so every department needs to do that. And spacing is something, we're going to the 50% time for our company, so I know that's a little different than government. We've got some essential functions we have to do. But we still have to take a look at what we're doing here as commission.
I totally agree.
You're talking about the possibility of looking at some furloughs sooner than later, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's just wise to don't let your whole staff go down at once. So you got to do some separation, be smart here. We also need, don't want to say that this is the main reason, but we need to know where some savings can get made. We're going to have to come up with some money in budgets.
Has the workload decreased in the courthouse?
No, it's just,
Because you don't want the departments to get behind, but like in our business, our workload hit a brick wall. So we sent 100% of the people home. Monday, we haven't worked since Monday, you know.
Yeah.
Calling people back to work half days if we need them.
Do we want the department heads to give us a report of what they think that their essential function would need to be in order to ensure continued continuity in case someone, a key person is gone?
That would be one way to address it, and get us a plan here. We don't know what the senior department's doing over there. We don't know sheriff's department what they're doing. Rob's give us a little one to start with, but we're worried about the peak, and we don't know if we're here yet or not. So we need to do our job.
Okay, yeah, so the only thing that I would say is on Sally, I did pass out a letter on the meeting of the 5th, that she gave us an email explaining that fee and when it would be in effect and when it wouldn't, and I would sure expect her to hold by what she said. And so I can bring it up and give it to everybody if they want it again. I just looked at my phone and it's there, so.
Randy, the other issue you had mentioned was the rock budget.
Oh, yes, that's right.
He's gone.
Bryce has got so much he's got to do. He's got to determine that. But I know my motion, and from clearly from what I get from 2 or 3 of us, was to clearly find some hard rock that was not full of fines. Now, I think that rock with the fines in certain positions will work fine in some spots, but you got to have a base under it or something. But I mean, I was totally expecting an inch to inch and a quarter rock, be a clean rock, and I think that was what some of the public is asking, to put that in and see whether that was going to hold up any better than putting mush in. And I don't know, we didn't get a chance to ask Bryce what he found out there in some spots yesterday, but the samples that I seen, when according to state regulations how their employees handle it, the same person took it and made mud balls out of it, and that was yesterday or Sunday evening. So that was going down on our roads. That's something that we're not I don't know if the mud's helping us. We can buy mud, we got mud out there, we want rock. So,
And so Randy, I'd like to comment on that if I can. I understand what you're saying. If we're talking about the same person, I didn't go out and look at it. And I realize, you know, that I'm gonna give credit where credit is due, you know, with all the rock that we've been hauling, and because of the condition of our roads and stuff like that, I don't expect when we hit the bottom of the pile to be getting the same quality rock as when we hit the first. And I do have to say that I appreciate Bryce's work in trying to get all of our roads rocked, because they were horrible. And so, but I know that no matter where you buy the rock, from all the study that I did, if you're going to have a load like that, you're just not gonna get away from it. And I also know that with the demand of all the rock, a lot of the quarries are running very low or out of the washed rock that we originally agreed to a couple of weeks back. So I'm just saying, under these circumstances, personally, I'm gonna be more lenient than I normally would be, because I think Road and Bridge is doing the best they can with what they got at this time.
I did get some wind of this one, and I actually got a sample of it. I didn't bring it in. Notified Bryce, he went out there on a Sunday night.
And,
Check.
ready, fine.
Standing right there.
I didn't see the clay balls or the mud balls they were talking about, but I wasn't quite for sure exactly where it was. So I might have missed that, but that's all I can say is I went out there trying to find something obvious and I didn't see it at the time. So, but like I said, I might have been in the wrong spot. But.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I notified him and he went, so.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would expect to see something occasionally here and there, but.
Yeah. I just think we.
I think the issue, right.
I think you just need to turn your mic off, Ken.
Okay. I think the issue that I'm most concerned about right now is we're so far over budget.
yes.
Are we gonna all still continue to hire these contractors and keep hauling that? Or hopefully with some drier weather coming up, you know, can we get some 2-inch rock and address the bad places? Because we know those places have to be rebuilt anyway.
Yeah, I will tell you that talking with Lexi with Ham Quarries out of Woodbine, because that's where this smaller rock was come from, because they ran out of 2-inch. They are currently crushing at the Harrington Airport the remains of U.S. stone. We got a sample, and I think it will be much better. It's basically it's a 2-inch crushed, but very few fines in it compared to what we've seen. So I think it would be much better material, and that's what we were looking at, was just trying to find something different. So
that being said, and it's closer, do we need to contract that? We go get it.
With this crushing at the airport with U.S. stone, basically they go in there and just crush whatever U.S. stone has left over. It's not they're cutting out of a bank, because U.S. stone cuts that big limestone. If they break something, it's not big enough or not right size, whatever else, that's what's left. That's what they crush. So it's only a limited amount. So that's all we have. You know, we basically can take whatever they have now, but when that runs out, then and hopefully they'll come back with, you know, maybe Woodbine. Because right now they are crushing at the airport. Next week they're going back to Woodbine to start there. So.
Well, Bryce, it's not the question, just want to know what your decision is. I mean, what your feelings is are we 60% okay right now on rock hauling? Are we 40% or 20%, or are we 100% okay? And you know, and I know that's a tough question, Bryce, but I really, we don't want to keep like you're worried about your budget. We all are, and I think if you say to us that we can go somewhere else or hold off for a while, I think the budget would be better spent. We'd back you 100%.
We are much better ahead now than what we were, but that was simply because we hauled rock Saturday. Harshman's opened up for us, and we got good material out of there, and we ran 96 loads. Now that in itself does a world of good. The biggest problem is, like you said, is we just got to keep this weather. If this weather stays like it is, you know, to say percentage-wise, I mean, that's a very subjective term, because it depends on what the roads started like compared to what they are now, you know, as far as putting rock on and stuff. But I do know that we haven't had near as many people calling in, but that's a factor. The fact is that we're getting more rock out there. Second of all, it's been fairly dry the last week. So you combine those two together. I mean, honestly, that's why I brought it up, because, you know, if we're sitting in that $400,000 range, we're almost twice the amount of budget per se. So I would have no problem, you know, pulling back those contract trucks and you know, getting back to spotting in or whatever else. I mean,
Right.
but
If my math figures are right, Kent, that's $50,000. We only got about 6 more days of doing that, and our rock will be gone. $500 a load, 100 loads, that's 50,000.
Well, we know anything that's over budget, we know where it comes from. And I'm concerned going into next year about the county's reserves.
Well, and that's exactly, this year, we had to float the budget off of the road and bridge money, the 7 mills, to help the general budget.
And
that's why you took away from your budget on blacktops and things.
Yeah.
So, yes, we got problems.
Yeah. But I'll start if it's okay, if that's what you want, I'll start phasing those contract trucks out, and
Yeah.
so.
So do you still have a long list of roads of people, or where are you at on that list?
Well, no, as far as that goes, we have really, like I said, we've really made leaps and bounds. We don't have near as many issues, but we had that many trucks running. So again, I'm very confident that we could, you know, dwindle that down and get back to just those certain spots. But again, the weather's done the main thing is just trying to dry it up. People don't have near as many issues.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I'm worried about the budget too.
Yeah.
So.
You still just running it right down the middle of the road, or?
For the most part, you know, that comes down to how each truck driver drops it. Some of them are really, really good. They can spread it out. You never knew it was dropped out of a truck. Other people,
Got overlap.
not so much. But, you know, that,
Well, I've heard, and I've told you this, I've heard compliments on how they're just loving the fact that you're pouring it down the middle of the road and leaving it and going somewhere else.
you know, and that's the main thing. The more roads we get covered down the center is going to take care of most of the problems. So, but.
I thank you, Bryce. I really do. I mean, because we're all concerned about the budget, and we know what we had last year, and we don't
Yeah.
want to probably have to do something again this year. But
You know, and I mean, we're trying to look out for those people that are having troubles getting in and out too. You know, it's
True.
understandable.
and you can't turn them down.
Yeah.
And this is spring, we still got fall.
Yeah. Yeah. True. True.
Don't shush me.
That's all I have. Okay. Thank you, Ken, for reminding me. No problem.
Any other items?
Nothing has seemed pertinent at this time.
Okay. You
Just-
wanna-
I'd like to do what Ken said, have their employees, department heads elected, and our department heads too, non-elected. Essential services has got to stay on. I mean, we got to keep doing just what Bryce does. But if there's any, you know, we got, summer's our work time for road and bridge. I mean, you can't work in the winter time with extra employees. Summertime, you need the employees. So, I'd just like to have a kickback list maybe from them of how they feel their essential services is, what needs to be done, and if there's any reduction in, if they can possibly reduce on furloughs or whatever. Give us some examples, like to ask back from them, hear from them.
And I sure do like conference calls better than this. This is, we turned about a 4-hour meeting into 5 or 6. I mean, this was very stressful.
But this is if it comes down to it and we can't meet here.
Okay, if we're at our homes?
Yes.
I got it, that's
We
fine.
need it so that you've already been set up, so that
Okay.
you can hit the ground running.
Okay,
That's what this
that's
was
fine.
about.
I can tell you that's one of the reasons why I come up here, because especially Diane, her voice is not carried. You get the feedback, and it's almost like the old penis thing, wah 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 wah.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot of it has to do with the Wi-Fi, because my phone was kicking on and off
Right.
Wi-Fi, so I don't know.
Been off half the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So
and-
it's
And the school kids
Yeah.
are bogging the system right now too. They are. It's at that time.
Everybody playing games with each other.
no, they're working.
I don't know, man, I see
Okay.
so many Zoom meetings on 8th graders. I mean, they're using that internet.
It's a friend connection.
I heard a lot of teachers talking, so.
To adjourn to executive session.
These stuff into executive
I
session.
think that,
Oh, we're gonna go to executive session, right?
yeah. And since all of us are in the room, and I don't know, we could probably get Sharon on the
But
phone.
I don't know that it needs to be.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, then.
like I said, we've talked about it, and that's what, you know.
Okay, well,
But you can't be on there, yeah.
She'll have
If
to
you
call,
want
she'll have
to
to call back
include her,
in.
have her call into the
Special
phone
session.
of the office, the
Yeah.
2185.
have her
Yeah.
call in.
What, either way, you, up
Okay.
to you guys.
So I'm going to move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss consultation with the attorney,
It's potential litigation.
Yeah.
potential litigation. For 30 minutes, 5
I
minutes.
gotta leave in 5. I had set another one up at 3 and didn't think we'd ever be here this long.
I think we can probably do it
5 minutes.
within 5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes with the board, Brad, Sharon, and Bryce.
Yes.
Second.
Do I need to call in to the clerk's office phone number?
Yes,
Or I can call you either way.
okay.
Doesn't matter,
I got
however you
it.
want.
Okay.
For 5 minutes. And we got a second from Kent. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Okay, and I'm just gonna end this call.
We need to
Yep.
go executive session, Brad. Is that what I understand?
No, this one here will.
This one will. And we're done after that.
And,
We're going home at 2:30.
This will be a 5-minute session.
Yes.
And then you're done. Without,
Essentially.
you don't need
Okay.
I can't just. Out of executive session, no action taken.
Do you have your mic on?
Yeah. Out of executive session, no action taken.
Good job.
I will make a motion to adjourn. Second. Got a second by Randy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Rush on to your next meeting
Next
so
one.
quick.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Brad.
See you later.
3:19. Diane.